If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon, link is in the description.
Chapter 1, P2W1, Uchiha Yoru. Uchiha Shrine. What? Uchiha Yoru's eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed at himself. He looked at Uchiha Setsuna, the elder, who nodded, and Uchiha Fugaku, the clan head, who remained stoic. Clan head, elder, the clan said, we must not lose face for the Uchiha clan. We cannot let the Sarutobi clan surpass us. But I already competed directly with Sarutobi Asuma for Ui Kurane, all for the sake of the clan. And now you want me to go again? Uchiha Yoru's expression showed his disbelief, as if questioning, how could you do this to me? Uchiha Fugaku maintained his silence, seemingly oblivious to the conversation. The elder next to him coughed lightly, his expression grave. In a deep voice, he said, the Uchiha clan is on the verge of relocation, and the high-ranking ninjas in the village have lost trust in us. It was the third day of the Nine Tails rampage in Konoha. The first day witnessed the funeral of the fourth Hokage and countless ninjas. The second day saw the return of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, reclaiming his authority. On the third day, the decision was made to rebuild Konoha and reorganize the territories of the various clans. The clan head had just informed them about the upcoming relocation. The high-ranking ninjas were the ones trusted to participate in the battle against the Nine Tails and had a chance to survive. The majority of casualties among the lower and mid-ranking ninjas were caused by the Nine Tails rampage, and they suspected the Nine Tails was being controlled by the Sharingan. Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Yoru's face turned solemn. His gaze shifted toward Uchiha Shisui beside him, and everyone present noticed this. Uchiha Shisui awkwardly lowered his head. At 13 years old, he admitted his inferior talent, much to Uchiha Yoru's embarrassment. The elder, observing the situation, let out a light cough, wearing a serious expression. He said in a low voice, Yoru, your talent is unquestionable, while Shisui has mediocre talent in comparison. There's a difference. This statement made Uchiha Shisui even more embarrassed. Uchiha Fugaku, as the clan head, felt helpless. Shaking his head, he said, this mission is extremely difficult. After discussing with the elder, we have decided to assign you a Clan A rank mission. The reward for the mission is 1 million RY. Initially troubled, Uchiha Yoru's expression instantly changed upon hearing about the 1 million reward. The troubled look vanished, replaced by a resolute and solemn expression. He nodded seriously and said, for the revival of the Uchiha clan. For the village. Clan head, elder, rest assured, Uchiha Yoru will definitely complete the mission. In a matter of seconds, Uchiha Yoru transformed from troubled to resolute and self-sacrificing. Uchiha Shisui, witnessing this, felt even more embarrassed. Although they were working toward the reconciliation of the clan and the village, it felt somewhat awkward. Observing this determined individual, Uchiha Fugaku, the clan head, couldn't help but feel pride in his heart. If he didn't know this young man's background so well, he might have actually believed him. Uchiha Yoru, 14 years old, was a Chunin who awakened the Sharingan with 1 tomo on the night of the Nine Tails attack. Uchiha Shisui, on the other hand, was already a genius with 3 tomo. Although he was still a Chunin, the power of the Sharingan made him as strong as a Jounin. Yet, for Uchiha Shisui to admit his talent was inferior in certain aspects, Uchiha Fugaku, at that moment, looked at the young figure before him, appreciating the determination. Indeed, in certain areas of talent, Shisui couldn't compare. Dressed in a white kimono with black pants, Uchiha Yoru stood tall at 1.7 meters, showing his fit physique through the slightly open chest. A dark forearm guard extended from his forearm to his palm, and a black rope belt circled his waist, with a ninja straight sword inserted horizontally. At only 14 years old, his facial features were remarkable. In fact, his appearance bore a resemblance to Sasuke from Team Hawk. Especially when looking at Uchiha Yoru's face and tall figure, the elder couldn't help but nod in approval. Yoru, the Uchiha clan is at a critical moment now. Although the third Hokage has assumed control, it's only temporary to stabilize the volatile situation. Once the situation stabilizes, the fifth Hokage will be selected, and now, only the three Sunin have the qualifications for the position. Currently, Tsunade's whereabouts are unknown, and Jiraiya is on a secret mission in another country. He won't be back for at least a year or more. The only one who can potentially become the future fifth Hokage is Orochimaru. Whether the Uchiha clan can regain the trust of the Hokage depends entirely on you. The elder's expression turned solemn, and Uchiha Fugaku's face mirrored his seriousness. Uchiha Shisui, observing this scene, displayed a firm determination in his eyes. For the trust of the clan and the village, they must become bridges. Witnessing this, Uchiha Yoru nodded solemnly. Clan head, elder, rest assured, I will do my best to approach Orochimaru's Chunin disciple, Mitarashi Anko. That's right. When Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, returned to power, it was to temporarily stabilize the village and serve as a transition period. Once the situation calmed down, he would step down and make way for others to become the fifth Hokage. Orochimaru was initially considered one of the candidates for the fourth Hokage. In the eyes of many, he was almost certain to become the future fifth Hokage. However, after the recent Nine Tails rampage, almost no one in Konoha trusted the Uchiha clan. To regain their rightful position and trust, they needed to establish a good relationship with the future fifth Hokage. Mitarashi Anko provided an excellent breakthrough. Even if Uchiha Yoru's peers could get close to Orochimaru's disciple, even if they weren't of the right age, establishing a relationship first could help ease tensions. However, no one anticipated that Orochimaru, who had been highly regarded, would defect. Uchiha Fugaku and the elder exchanged glances. Uchiha Yoru's age was just right, and despite being young, he was a capable and promising individual. They acknowledged his potential without focusing on his appearance. Clan head, elder, as you know, being Orochimaru's disciple, Anko will need some funds, Uchiha Yoru said with difficulty. Seeing this, both Fugaku and the elder acknowledged the necessity of supporting the mission. They allocated the required funds without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yoru smiled. He didn't want to be greedy, but the situation required real money, and he had exhausted all his savings 3 days ago during the Nine Tails attack. Now, he felt troubled about how to explain the situation to Yui Kurane. After all, Yui Kurane and Mitarashi Anko were best friends. Chapter 2, P2W2, Uchiha Shisui. Konoha, the Hidden Leaf Village, experienced a devastating catastrophe 3 days ago. The village was attacked by the Nine Tails, a fearsome and destructive creature, resulting in extensive damage to 2/3 of its buildings. The fourth Hokage made the ultimate sacrifice to bring an end to the chaos caused by the Nine Tails, but numerous other ninja also lost their lives in the process. This disaster occurred just after the conclusion of the Third Shinobi World War, further destabilizing the region. The border areas became increasingly volatile, which allowed the third Hokage to retain power instead of the village choosing a new leader in the form of the fifth Hokage. Due to the Nine Tails having possessed the Sharingan, the Uchiha clan within Konoha became suspected and distrusted. Exploiting the village's need for reorganization, the higher UPS decided to relocate the Uchiha clan to the outskirts of the village, distancing them from the central area. Despite their deep dissatisfaction, the Uchiha clan had to endure this humiliation as the imprint of the Nine Tails Sharingan could not be erased. As a result, tensions between the Uchiha clan and Konoha escalated gradually, reaching an irreconcilable point. Yoru, how can the clan regain the village's trust? The village has suffered immensely from this incident, Uchiha Shisui said, visibly concerned, as he exited the Naka shrine. Uchiha Yoru inwardly sighed at the sight. It was no wonder that the second Hokage had labeled the Uchiha clan as extreme. Shisui seemed more worried about the village than his own clan. Wearing a sorrowful expression, Uchiha Yoru shook his head and sighed. Shisui, it's not about how the clan can regain the village's trust, but rather how the village can trust the Uchiha. Seeing Shisui's bewildered expression, Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but smile inwardly. It seemed he needed to rescue Shisui from the confusion that surrounded him, preventing him from heading towards a dead end. He couldn't let Shisui blindly align himself with the Hokage, as had happened in the original story. In that tale, the Uchiha clan, possessing 3 Mangekyo Sharingan, had 2 members who held loyalty to the Sarutobi clan, with one even allowing his own son to kill him. It was unreasonable for the Uchiha clan, with such formidable combat power, to be annihilated. The most powerful warriors among them had their own mental struggles. Besides, Shisui couldn't be manipulated early on as he had been in the original story. The village's suspicions after the Nine Tails incident led the 3rd Hokage to secretly cultivate his own operatives within the Uchiha clan. Shisui gradually fell under their influence, while Uchiha Itachi was still a 5-year-old child. Shisui, this time, many clan members are restraining their anger. In order to prove our innocence and demonstrate our loyalty to Konoha, the Uchiha clan reluctantly agreed to relocate to the outskirts of the village and be closely monitored by the village. The clan has set aside its pride, and the village should recognize that. Uchiha Yoru observed Shisui's perplexed expression and assumed a helpless and unjust demeanor, as if he had to grit his teeth and bear his grievances. This display left Uchiha Shisui stunned. Yes, the proud Uchiha clan had cast aside their pride and accepted the humiliation of relocation to prove their innocence. Shouldn't that be enough for the village to acknowledge their loyalty? Observing the hope in Shisui's eyes, Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but inwardly sigh. Indeed, Shisui had a blind spot when it came to this matter. No one naturally takes sides, they gradually lean towards one side step by step. Recognizing this, Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but exclaim. The Uchiha clan's training of its own prodigies was clearly inadequate. No, it should be said that the Uchiha clan was overly confident in the prowess of its members bearing the Uchiha name. Shisui, do you believe that by relocating to a new settlement, the village will trust us once again? Shisui, intrigued by Yoru's words, looked at him expectantly. Uchiha Yoru furrowed his brow and pondered for a while before sighing softly. Indeed, Shisui's curiosity was instantly piqued by this remark. He regarded Yoru with anticipation, prompting Yoru to cautiously glance around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before speaking softly. Shisui, you are too naive. If the 4th Hokage were still alive, the Uchiha clan would naturally regain more trust. Similarly, if any of the 3 legendary Sannin were to become the 5th Hokage, the Uchiha would also be trusted to a greater extent. Yoru's words shocked Shisui. He had never considered this before, but as an Uchiha descendant, he was aware of certain things. He frowned, clearly shaken by the impact on his beliefs. It seemed he had never contemplated this aspect of the situation. Sensing Shisui's wavering resolve, Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but smile and shake his head. Shisui, don't lose heart. Although the 3rd Hokage inherited the 2nd Hokage's principles, his tenure will eventually come to an end. As for Denzo and the other higher UPS, let's not discuss them for now. Currently, Orochimaru-sama has the greatest potential to become the 5th Hokage. Wearing a confident smile, Uchiha Yoru reassured Shisui that none of the 3 Sannin harbored bias against the Uchiha clan. After all, it was a different time with different experiences. Upon hearing this, a sense of relief washed over Shisui's face. While he wanted to refute, the assurance that the future 5th Hokage would treat the Uchiha clan fairly brought a smile to his face. Yes, regardless of past events, they would become history. It was essential to foster good relations with the future 5th Hokage. Meanwhile, Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but smile. He knew that once the seed of doubt was planted, even if it wasn't evident at the moment, it required occasional nurturing. Let that seed sprout early and grow into a towering tree. By then, Hm. Yoru Aizen, what kind of person is Orochimaru-sama? In that moment, Shisui, fully engrossed in his grand vision, unknowingly addressed Yoru as Naizen, elder brother. Upon hearing this respectful term, Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but smile inwardly. It seemed Shisui possessed quite the imagination. Perhaps he had been influenced by the wisdom of the Hokage during his time at the academy, allowing him to generate such ideas. But when he witnessed Orochimaru's defection later on, contemplating the future, Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Shisui's reaction would surely be quite spectacular. Chapter 3, P2W3, Kurane Ui. Host, Uchiha Yoru. Chakra level, Chunin. Chakra nature, Fire, LV3, Lightning, LV3. Gold coins, 30,000. After parting ways with Shisui, Uchiha Yoru walked back to the village, feeling disappointed as he reflected on the images in his mind. The Golden Finger was basically a pay-to-win system that only valued money. Yoru had worked hard for years to accumulate enough gold coins last month. He specifically waited for the Knight of the Nine Tails attack to activate his Sharingan by paying. It wasn't something that could just be awakened randomly. The Knight of the Nine Tails presented the perfect opportunity. 1 Tomo Sharingan, 500,000 gold coins. As Yoru looked at the Tomo he had acquired, he couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment. His talent was too limited. Despite his experiences on the battlefield and facing life and death, his Sharingan wouldn't activate. Fortunately, he was from the Uchiha clan, so he didn't need to acquire the Uchiha bloodline. That was a relief. To exchange for the bloodline, you needed to already possess it. 1 Tomo cost 500,000 gold coins, 2 Tomo doubled the price to 1 million, and 3 Tomo skyrocketed to 10 million. As for the Mangekyo Sharingan, it cost 1 billion. Let's not even talk about the Mangekyo Sharingan, it's just too heartbreaking to think about. Seeing the exchange prices, Yoru couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. Considering the exchange rate of 10:1 in the ninja world, he would need to earn at least 10 times the amount just to afford the Mangekyo Sharingan. For now, his goal was to earn a smaller amount. In front of a small secluded courtyard, Kurane Ui stood dressed in a black ninja outfit, her legs covered in fishnet leggings. Her deep crimson eyes held a complex expression as she saw Uchiha Yoru, who had been waiting for her. Yoru, I heard you awakened your Sharingan. Congratulations! Awakening the Sharingan was a true mark of an elite Uchiha, setting them apart from those who hadn't awakened their eyes. Seeing Ui's seemingly melancholic congratulations, Uchiha Yoru scratched his head awkwardly. Ui, please accept my condolences. One congratulated, the other offered condolences. Ui's father had sacrificed himself, and even if Yoru had tried to change anything, it wouldn't have made a difference. By the way, Ui, here are the Shuriken techniques you need. He didn't hesitate to share some Uchiha clan techniques with others. After all, other major clans had their own techniques, and these weren't the Uchiha clan's top secrets. The Uchiha Shuriken techniques were top-notch in the ninja world, but they relied on the Sharingan. Without the Sharingan, they were only decent. Ui was dumbfounded as she watched him audaciously present her with the scroll containing Uchiha clan's Shuriken technique. She looked at her classmate, wore a somewhat shy smile, feeling a strange sensation rise within her. However, his words quickly extinguished that peculiar feeling, leaving only frustration. Ui, you know, I took a risk in obtaining this scroll, risking punishment from the clan. You understand? Uchiha Yoru made a gesture signifying money, indicating his demand, causing Ui to grit her teeth in annoyance. How much do you want this time? Greedy. That was the label everyone gave Uchiha Yoru, a person shamelessly obsessed with money. As Ui brought up the matter at hand, Uchiha Yoru's interest was piqued. Ui, even though we are classmates, blood is thicker than water. Back then, for you, and also this time. As he rambled on, calculating his own accounts, Ui listened with extreme exasperation. She wore a furious expression, but somehow, this banter managed to dispel the somber atmosphere in the room. "Shut up, Yoru." Yui felt her head spinning as she listened. The person in front of her, who was undeniably handsome, turned out to be someone shamelessly obsessed with money. When she was innocent in school, she had been deceived by him, resulting in him swindling a significant portion of her pocket money over the years, claiming it was for her own good. Although she had been naive back then, she didn't need this opportunist in front of her. He had been taking advantage of her and her pocket money for all these years. Annoyed, Yui got up and went back inside the house. When she returned, she threw a scroll directly at him. With a snap, Uchiha Yoru looked at the scroll in his hand, showing a skeptical expression. The scroll had the word sword written on it. "My father compiled this scroll with the experiences of Konoha-style swordsmanship. I think it should cover the cost." With a disdainful snort, Yui glared at him, and Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but smile. He had truly struck a good deal. Yui was an elite jounin of Konoha, known for her mastery of genjutsu, but her skills in swordsmanship were also remarkable. Otherwise, she wouldn't be carrying a large Japanese-style sword on her back. This time, he had definitely gained an advantage. Uchiha Yoru smiled as he stored the scroll in his weapon pouch, amusing Yui with his expression. "Truly, you're a money-minded boyfriend." The two of them could be considered more than friends but not quite lovers, given the years they had spent together. However, Uchiha Yoru's eyes flickered as he silently analyzed the situation. No one in the ninja world was a fool. After all, ninjas excelled in analysis, with some exceptions, such as overpowered main characters. Female ninjas were particularly rare, and Yui, with her calm and collected demeanor, was not a simple individual. This time, it was clear that he had gained an advantage. As he realized this, Uchiha Yoru put on a serious expression and said, "Yui, you're aware of the chaos caused by the Nine Tails incident. The Uchiha clan is already under scrutiny. Although I can no longer be your scapegoat, you can use this incident to your advantage. If anyone investigates your connection with the Uchiha clan, then you." Before Uchiha Yoru could finish speaking, Yui interrupted with a cold sneer, "They can say that I was deceived by this scumbag, that he swindled my pocket money since our time at the Ninja Academy, and even took away my father's swordsmanship scroll. How about that?" As she took charge of the conversation, Uchiha Yoru was momentarily taken aback. Then, he smiled and said, "Yui, it had to be you. But if I have to bear such a big blame, you'll have to pay me more." With a bang, a throw pillow was fiercely thrown at Uchiha Yoru. He hurriedly caught it as Yui glared at him with her beautiful ruby eyes filled with outrage. "Uchiha Yoru!" With a loud shout from Yui, Uchiha Yoru awkwardly escaped from the room as if a deceitful boyfriend had been exposed. "Yui, hey, let's talk." As Uchiha Yoru escaped in a disheveled manner, he dodged Yui's angry pursuit. However, seeing that Yui was no longer in her lifeless state, his lips slowly curled into a smile. And of course, Yui noticed the hint of a smile on his lips. It breathed life into her previously lifeless heart, and she couldn't help but glare at him with a hint of annoyance. "Uchiha Yoru, I became a chunin a year earlier than you did." The information about Yui in the original work was clear: she became a genin at 9 years old, a chunin at 13 years old, and while the timing of her promotion to jounin was not specified, it could be inferred from the interactions between chunin and jounin during the chunin exams in the original work. Yui had recently become a jounin before the start of the story, and now she was 14 years old. That meant she spent a whole 12 years to reach jounin, becoming one around the age of 26. After all, ninjas excelled in intelligence gathering and analysis. The two of them, having known each other for so many years, had an unspoken understanding as they played out a scene resembling a breakup with a deceitful boyfriend. In this sensitive period, it was not good for them to have too much involvement with the Uchiha clan, especially since Yui, who had lost her father's protection, was just a middle-ranking ninja. Although it was just a minor trouble, it was clear that neither of them wanted to be entangled in this small problem. As she watched his retreating figure, Yui couldn't help but sigh softly, "You really are a heartless money-minded boyfriend." Returning to the room, she looked at a photo of her and her father, wearing a contented smile. She whispered, "Father, I won't let you down. I will become an elite jounin of Konoha, the pride of your daughter." In that moment, the sadness in Yui's eyes gradually transformed into determination. She couldn't let her father down. She had to become the jounin daughter her father would be proud of. Chapter 4, P2W4, Land of Fire Border. It was drizzling lightly when Uchiha Shisui noticed Uchiha Yoru in the distance. It was evident that Shisui had been waiting for a while. On the other hand, Uchiha Yoru acted as though nothing had happened and casually shrugged, asking, "What brings our genius Shisui into action? How can I assist you?" The two entered the forest, and Shisui smiled as he retrieved a scroll from his weapon pouch and handed it to Yoru. "Yorinai Aizen, these are the jutsu granted to you by the elders, along with the necessary funds. We need to gather at the village gate tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock. After briefing Yoru on the mission details, Uchiha Yoru shook his head with a sigh. He understood the urgency of the Uchiha clan, but it was regrettable that their efforts this time would be in vain. After discussing the important matters, Uchiha Shisui's expression turned serious as he said in a low voice, "Yorinai Aizen, once you're finished with your business, for the time being, try not to provoke her. It could harm her." Shisui's meaning was clear. The Uchiha clan was already in a delicate situation, and interacting with other civilian shinobi could lead to trouble and have negative consequences for both sides. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yoru glanced at Shisui with a puzzled expression and playfully teased, "Shisui, you'll understand once you have a girlfriend in the future." Shisui was left speechless by Yoru's shameless words. He looked at Yoru, who was only a year older, unable to comprehend his thinking. The two returned to the Uchiha clan quickly. At a time when Konoha had just experienced the Nine Tails incident and was in need of reconstruction, while all the shinobi were busy and overwhelmed, the Uchiha clan was preparing for relocation. Back at their temporary residence assigned by the clan, Uchiha Yoru unrolled the scroll. In addition to 2 B-rank ninjutsu, there were exercises and manipulation techniques for the Sharingan, as well as some important notes. Having the Sharingan was not enough, it required training. Just like the 3 Tomo Sharingan, there were varying levels of strength. When Yoru saw the various training methods to enhance the Sharingan, he shook his head and smiled. Although the system was rigid, its service was considerate. Exchanging a 1 Tomo Sharingan not only allowed his body to adapt perfectly and reach the pinnacle of a 1 Tomo Sharingan, but it also provided countless experiences and techniques. Indeed, the system's exchange brought him to the peak. It truly lived up to its price. However, as he looked at the last A-rank ninjutsu, his eyes narrowed. "I didn't expect it to be this technique." Looking at the familiar ninjutsu, Uchiha Yoru shook his head and sighed. Indeed, the Uchiha clan is undoubtedly the #1 powerhouse in Konoha. Kakashi's Sharingan, he wants to preserve it not only because of his relationship with the 4th Hokage but also because he needs to maintain a certain level of prestige. It wouldn't do for the Uchiha clan to lower their status just because you're the Hokage. It's not enough. That's why Kakashi resorted to this ninjutsu. It can be considered as barely dealing with the situation. No wonder in the original story, when Kakashi was teaching Sasuke, the 3rd Hokage and others didn't intervene. The reason lies here. The Chidori, an A-rank ninjutsu, is Kakashi's self-created and renowned technique. It is a ninjutsu that can reach its utmost potential when combined with the Sharingan. Not to mention the Uchiha clan, even among the lightning attribute users in Konoha, it is considered quite rare. That's why this technique has been put on hold. A glimmer of the Sharingan appeared in his eyes. He solemnly memorized every detail written on the scroll. Activating the Sharingan was not for show-off purposes. After all, what's the point of showing off when you're alone in a tent? Naturally, this precious ninjutsu scroll of the Uchiha clan has sealing techniques applied to it. Only when viewed with the Sharingan will the correct contents appear. If viewed with ordinary eyes, some parts will naturally differ. The important key elements will be altered. Whoever practices it without knowing will definitely have a bad outcome. In the early morning of the next day, outside the gates of Konoha, a considerable number of people had already gathered. Teams of ninja assembled and then transformed into shadows and disappeared. Yorinai Aizen, let's go. We can discuss the mission on the way. When the Uchiha figure appeared, there was an evident invisible exclusion among the Chunin and Jonin among the passing ninja. This time, the Uchiha clan had a considerable number of members. 8 Uchiha members accompanied him, and the captain leading the team was evidently Uchiha's genius, Shisui. As the captain, Shisui personally led the team at the forefront. After distancing themselves from the people behind, he spoke in a low voice, Yorinai Aizen, this time we are going to the border of the land of the sea, where Orochimaru-sama is stationed. Yoru, the Uchiha, took the scroll and narrowed his eyes as he read its contents. He nodded gently and said, I see, so this is the signal sent out by the Uchiha. Konoha suffered heavy losses during the Nine Tails attack, and even the 4th Hokage perished. The extent of the losses can be imagined. The various regions of the border became restless, and that's why the 3rd Hokage was able to regain power smoothly. It was because only Hiruzen Sarutobi could stabilize the current situation in the shortest possible time. After 3 days, Uchiha's position was essentially determined, relocation. Be on guard. This was an indisputable fact, and the Uchiha clan had its means of coping. Their approach was to release a signal of goodwill. Similarly, Konoha series also released their signals. After all, if you ask me to relocate my clan, I will do so. With the current situation in turmoil, the Uchiha clan needs to regain trust, and the village needs the Uchiha's power. And they were the first signal sent out by the Uchiha, serving and executing missions in the border areas. After all, just because of a lack of trust, all the Uchiha elites were hoarded inside the village. I'm afraid even Hiruzen Sarutobi won't be able to sleep at night. In this special period, both sides began to release their goodwill. The Uchiha started sending out their forces to protect Konoha, in order to prove that they also wanted to regain trust. Similarly, in the eyes of the Uchiha, Konoha also released goodwill. Hello, I'm good, and everyone can be good. Shisui, this mission takes us to the border. Orochimaru-sama is truly formidable, stationed at the front lines and effectively guarding against the hidden cloud village of the Land of Lightning and the hidden mist village of the Land of Water. Yoru smiled as he squinted his eyes, and Shisui's expression was clearly positive. It was probably because the relationship between the clan and the village had stopped deteriorating, and the signals of goodwill from both sides gave him hope and relieved his heart. Shisui's mood was evidently good, and he smiled and nodded at Yoru. With Orochimaru-sama stationed at the front lines, guarding against both the Land of Lightning and the Land of Water, we Uchiha will go to support the front lines. Konoha experienced such a major event, and even the 4th Hokage perished. It would be strange if other villages didn't take advantage of the situation. After all, it can be inferred from the original work that after the night of the Nine Tails attack, although there was no major war in Konoha, there were localized small-scale conflicts and even secret probing between nations. In the original work, Shisui descended from the battlefield with the Mist Ninja, and the incident with the Hyuga clan that occurred during the negotiations with the hidden cloud village of the Land of Lightning can be used to infer the struggles between nations. Chapter 5, P2W5, Orochimaru. On the golden beach, numerous colorful seashells sparkled under the sunlight, resting quietly on the soft sand. Uchiha Yoru admired the beautiful scenery, smiling as he took it in. We weren't far from the Land of the Sea, a place featured in the anime. In my memory, Orochimaru had a human experimentation base in the Land of the Sea, and it was where Mitarashi Anko had obtained the curse seal, Episode 169. It made sense for Orochimaru to choose the land of the sea for his base. It seemed he was stationed here at the border during that time. Yorinai Aizen, we've arrived. Orochimaru-sama's campsite is in the distance. Uchiha Shisui, the leader of Team Uchiha, smiled upon seeing the campsite ahead. Several watchtowers along the coastline were clearly visible, cleverly concealed within the dense forest. The group walked towards the campsite, noticing hidden scouts along the way. Uchiha Shisui silently communicated with them using hand signals and code words. Finally, they reached the campsite without encountering any obstacles. The camp appeared somewhat disorderly, but Uchiha Yoru was accustomed to it. After all, ninja weren't like conventional military forces, especially in a world dominated by shinobi and their techniques. This kind of disorder allowed each ninja to maximize their advantages. Yorinai Aizen, come with me to report to Orochimaru-sama. The rest of you, prepare to set up camp. Yes. On the battlefield, ninjas were tools for carrying out missions. Each Uchiha ninja responded in a low voice. However, they had doubts and even some discontentment regarding Uchiha Yoru, whom they called Nii-san or Big Brother. Uchiha Shisui was their pride. At just 13 years old, he was already a Jonin, only 1 year behind Kakashi. Furthermore, Shisui possessed the 3 Tomo Sharingan. On the other hand, Uchiha Yoru had recently awakened his Sharingan with a single Tomo. Yet, he received such an honor, which made them skeptical. Regardless, Uchiha Yoru and Uchiha Shisui followed the guiding ninja and headed towards the center of the camp. Along the way, Yoru quietly contemplated the camp's situation. As expected, no one was a fool. They had already started deploying more ninja to the front lines. During their journey, Yoru had seen many new tents, indicating recent arrivals and reinforcements from other locations. Orochimaru-sama is inside. The guide ninja respectfully nodded after leading them to their destination and disappeared with a single leap. Yorinai Aizen, let's go in. Although Uchiha Shisui maintained a calm expression, excitement gleamed in his eyes. Orochimaru, in his heart, represented the future 5th Hokage, and Shisui himself carried the Uchiha clan's mission. Meanwhile, Uchiha Yoru quietly observed his surroundings. Orochimaru's reputation was well deserved. The campsite was situated in a dark and shady area, perfectly matching his personality. No one had reported their arrival, or perhaps the ninja's sensory perception was too strong. The fact that they reached this point without encountering any resistance indicated that Orochimaru was inside and had made time to meet them. Approaching the slightly larger tent, both Uchiha Yoru and Uchiha Shisui halted their steps. Speaking in a low voice, they said, Uchiha reporting in. It had nothing to do with clan etiquette but was rather the customary practice in this world. Come in. Orochimaru's husky and magnetic voice sent chills down one's spine. Uchiha Shisui took a deep breath, visibly carrying a heavy burden, and entered. Uchiha Yoru, on the other hand, quietly mumbled to himself, thrilled to finally meet the person behind the voice. Inside the tent, darkness prevailed, proving Snake's preference for it. Even the interior was dimly lit. A map of the surrounding area adorned one side of the tent, and at that moment, Orochimaru was engrossed in conversation with a member of the Hyuga clan. Upon seeing Shisui and Yoru, he simply waved his hand in acknowledgement, and they stood to the side, waiting. Hisashi, your role as a member of the Hyuga clan carries great responsibility this time. However, rest assured, Uchiha's elite ninja have also arrived. You can form a team with them for patrols. Despite exuding an air of gloom, Orochimaru's personal charm somehow provided reassurance through his words and actions. On the other side stood Hisashi, the younger brother of the Hyuga clan leader and father of the future prodigy, Neji. Hisashi respectfully nodded to Orochimaru and said, Orochimaru-sama, you can trust that the Hyuga clan will not disappoint you. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan was considered the most advanced bloodline for reconnaissance in the ninja world. Its ability to detect the enemy's movements in advance was a tremendous advantage, especially on the battlefield, where it could prevent surprise attacks. After Hisashi finished speaking, he discreetly glanced at the two young members of the Uchiha clan who had entered. A flash of excitement flickered deep in his eyes, but he quickly lowered his head and respectfully said, "Orochimaru-sama, I need to go and assign tasks." "Very well." Orochimaru gestured for Hisashi to leave and then turned his gaze towards the two Uchiha clan members in front of him, clearly intrigued. After observing them for a while, he licked his lips and couldn't help but praise, 13-year-old Jainin, truly a talented clan, the Uchiha. Upon hearing Orochimaru's praise, Uchiha Shisui remained respectful, but instead of being excited, he held a scroll in his hands and bowed his head, saying, "Uchiha Shisui, leading the Uchiha Vanguard team of 8, is here to report to Orochimaru-sama." Orochimaru accepted the scroll and perused its contents with interest, a husky smile gracing his lips. 1 Jainin with the 3 Tomo Sharingan, 3 Special Jainin, and 4 Elite Chunin, all Uchiha with awakened Sharingan, and they're all young. Uchiha Shisui respectfully nodded at this and added, "More reinforcements will arrive later." Orochimaru chuckled at Shisui's response, his golden snake-like eyes revealing an eerie expression. Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but shudder secretly. The aura of a Sunin was incredibly potent, especially the oppressive feeling of their chakra. He finally understood the sense of pressure experienced when facing the unleashed chakra of the second Hokage, as described in the original story. "Well done, very impressive. Is this the Uchiha clan's investment?" Orochimaru's smile held a hint of intrigue as he looked at the two young Uchiha before him. He had yet to be consumed by his unhealthy obsession with the Sharingan. After Orochimaru candidly spoke those words, Uchiha Shisui felt somewhat awkward, realizing he might have been too straightforward. Uncertain how to respond, he pondered whether Orochimaru's true nature was someone who never cared about others' opinions. Chapter 6, P2W6, Interest. In front of them stood Orochimaru, wearing the green vest uniform of a Jonin from Konoha. He had long black hair, golden snake-like eyes, purple eyeshadow extending to the sides of his nose, and pale skin. He looked at the two Uchiha clan members in front of him with interest and licked his lips. With his hoarse yet magnetic voice, he spoke, "I have received the Uchiha's goodwill. After you go down, someone will arrange things for you." Uchiha Yoru looked at Orochimaru and noticed that he didn't care about others' opinions. If human experimentation could be justified as a means for gaining power or out of personal interest, it seemed that Orochimaru's mindset had truly expanded by now, even extending to a female body. Uchiha Shisui smiled upon hearing Orochimaru's words. It seemed that Orochimaru had perfectly understood the Uchiha's intentions, and his task was complete. He respectfully nodded and said, "Thank you, Orochimaru-sama." As Shisui was about to leave, he noticed that Yoru, who was standing beside him, hadn't moved. He was about to remind him, but Yoru gave him a look, leaving him somewhat puzzled. Eventually, he decided to leave on his own. Now, only Uchiha Yoru remained in the tent. Orochimaru's sandpapery laughter echoed through the air, a sound possibly caused by the snakes constantly moving in his throat. "Hehe, what brings you here, Yoru-kun?" Orochimaru was undeniably polite. Although Yoru was aware of the course of history, having survived in this world for so many years, he knew that his current strength as a Chunin couldn't change much. He had to focus on strengthening himself first and, within his capabilities, redirect the minds of the two Uchiha kids. "Orochimaru-sama, Yoru is here on behalf of the elder." With this sentence, Yoru clearly stated his position. Shisui's earlier gesture had represented the goodwill of the entire Uchiha clan, and now it was Yoru who was acting on behalf of the elder. After the Nine Tails incident, the third Hokage regained power to stabilize Konoha. Orochimaru-sama has become the fifth Hokage, as desired by the people. Yoru respectfully admired the legendary ninja, Orochimaru, who had once been a formidable contender for the position of 4th Hokage. Orochimaru's devilish smile was always calm and exuded a unique charm. Orochimaru became even more interested as he observed the Uchiha Chunin before him. He was particularly intrigued to hear the intentions of the Uchiha elder. It was quite amusing, wasn't it? Orochimaru-sama, at the peak of your prime, you are hindering the secret observations of certain individuals. If you were to become the 5th Hokage, those individuals would lose hope before they even had a chance. Moreover, the Sarutobi clan does not want the 3rd Hokage to step down again, nor do the higher UPS of the village. After finishing his words, Yoru respectfully admired the legendary ninja Orochimaru before him. Orochimaru was surprised at first, but then a smile appeared on his face. He licked his lips and let out his signature hoarse laughter. Interesting, very interesting. I didn't expect you, Yoru-kun, to not only be an Uchiha prodigy but also the confidant of the elder. At the age of 14, a Chunin who had just awakened his Sharingan was considered a prodigy, but in Orochimaru's eyes, he was just an ordinary one. However, the fact that he had caught the attention of the Uchiha elder intrigued Orochimaru. Being a Chunin at the age of 14 was already quite impressive, especially with the awakened bloodline. A bright future awaited Yoru. Asuma Sarutobi became a Chunin at 12, Kurane Yui at 13, and Mitarashi Anko at 12, according to the records. Seeing that Orochimaru, one of the 3 Sunin, wasn't moved by the information he provided but instead became interested in him, Uchiha Yoru felt a chill in his heart. Damn it, this can't be happening. Because of this face. Uchiha Yoru quickly explained, not wanting to cause misunderstandings. It would be too late if something went wrong. His face? Orochimaru, although a genius, was still a bit confused upon hearing those words. Uchiha Yoru put on a friendly smile and nodded, pretending to be innocent. It's because of Orochimaru-sama's disciple, Anko. We are classmates. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's interested expression froze for a moment. It wasn't that he wasn't clever, but he was momentarily caught off guard. His interest in Yoru diminished, and he even let out a bored and slightly disdainful laughter. After all, the Uchiha clan excelled in manipulation, and deception was a ninja's specialty. One could use their handsome appearance to deceive others, especially female ninjas. Seduction was not unheard of, and there were quite a few cases. Some did it to complete missions, some as spies, and others for political alliances. In short, it was all for personal gain. Yoru secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Orochimaru's waning interest. As long as you lose interest in my body, that's fine. But you really can't lose interest in him. Although contradictory, he had to rely on some information to gain benefits for himself. Deep inside, he silently apologized to the elder. Orochimaru-sama. At this point, Yoru's face turned serious, and his Sharingan eyes revealed a Tomo pattern as he glanced around. Witnessing this scene, Orochimaru's interest was piqued once again. He couldn't help but lick his lips and let out a hoarse laughter. Yoru-kun, you are indeed a cautious person. Rest assured, there's no one here, not even my people. As a frontline commander, Orochimaru naturally had subordinates, especially as a strong contender for the 4th Hokage position in the past. He had a loyal following in the village, and there were certainly no shortage of sensory ninjas. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Yoru also breathed a sigh of relief. This time, he had to reveal a big secret. He had to achieve 2 things. First, make Orochimaru aware that he was a trusted confidant of Uchiha's elder. Second, showcase Uchiha's intelligence-gathering capabilities. Human experiments. After uttering these 4 words, Yoru fell silent, and even the air seemed to carry a suppressed atmosphere. After a long moment, Orochimaru's hoarse laughter echoed from within the tent, accompanied by an indifferent aura. It seemed that he had never cared about the fear of being discovered. Mokyutan. When these 2 words were spoken, Orochimaru's golden snake-like eyes suddenly contracted. A fleeting killing intent filled the air, causing cold sweat to break out on Yoru's back, with his every hair standing on end. Hehe, it seems that Uchiha knows a lot, Yoru-kun. At that moment, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and silently analyzed the situation. It was impossible. Human experimentation might be difficult to hide from a perceptive individual, but Mokuton was only known by him and Danzo, along with a few Root members. He had never considered Root since Danzo had a grudge against the Uchiha. It was impossible for Danzo to reveal it. There was only one possibility: Uchiha's covert intelligence-gathering abilities far exceeded his imagination. A smile appeared on his face, and his curiosity grew even stronger. Chapter 7, P2W7, Intelligence. Inside the front-line camp of Konoha, Orochimaru revealed his crimson tongue, staring at the other person with a twisted expression. There was an unsettling excitement in his eyes, as if he was saying, "This is not enough. Tell me the Uchiha's intelligence and let me see what it is. As for threats? Haha, I never considered that. Threatening one of the Sunin? Isn't he afraid that the Uchiha will join forces with Danzo and the entire Konoha against him? Nobody is foolish." Seeing Orochimaru's interest piqued, Uchiha Yoru secretly felt relieved. Fortunately, he knew the direction of this world and had future intelligence at hand. He wasn't afraid of failing to deceive the other party. According to reliable information, one of Orochimaru-sama's subjects in the wood release experiment survived and awakened Ikeki Genkai. He's currently in the Root, codenamed Kino. After saying all this, Uchiha Yoru felt even more pleased. He couldn't believe that Orochimaru, who had studied various information about Konoha, wouldn't know the true power of wood release. Now that he learned that wood release had reappeared in the world and that it had slipped away from his own hands, would he be shocked? Using something he didn't need, just exchanging it for benefits he knew, that's what a good deal looks like. As for revealing the future of the wood release users to Yamato, what did it have to do with him? When you know about the future, you naturally maximize your own interests. Sure enough, when Orochimaru heard that one person from his experimental subjects had survived and awakened wood release, his expression changed for a moment. But he quickly suppressed his surprise and raised his head, showing a curious gaze towards the Uchiha in front of him. Hehe, it seems that Uchiha's intelligence is not as crude as I imagined. You even managed to gather information from the Root. Orochimaru couldn't hide his surprise. The ninja in the Root were almost all marked with the tongue-binding curse seal. In terms of the ability to keep confidential information in the ninja world, the Root was definitely at the top. Yet these Uchiha managed to gather information from there. It wasn't that the Uchiha lacked the power. As the first noble clan of Konoha, their strength was unquestionable. But this was about intelligence, not power. As Uchiha Yoru had expected, Orochimaru attributed everything to the Uchiha clan. After all, even if he was an elite Genin with one Tomo Sharingan, he couldn't compare to them. Hehe, Yoru-kun, you're quite impressive. While others only know you for using your appearance to get close to Anko and achieve your goals, more people pay attention to another elite Uchiha squad. But little do they know that you are the heart of the Uchiha clan. With a smile on his face, Orochimaru understood everything. The person in front of him, Yoru, was the trusted one among the Uchiha clan. Although his strength was not remarkable, that was exactly why he could better deliver information. On the surface, he used his appearance to get close to his disciple, Anko, in order to achieve certain objectives. But in reality, he was directly transmitting information to Orochimaru. It was a case of hiding in plain sight, and Orochimaru was delighted. He had indeed underestimated the Uchiha clan. Then Yoru-kun, from tomorrow onwards, you will form a team with Anko. It's a perfect match. Under Orochimaru's horse smile, he had already decided to get closer to the Uchiha clan. He wanted to see how much unexpected intelligence they could provide and how much surprise they could give him. Upon hearing Orochimaru's arrangement, Uchiha Yoru's face showed excitement. He had a professional smile on his face, but deep down, he was satisfied. Finally, his goal was achieved. Once he could quickly obtain the 1 million ryo promised by the elders, he could further advance his plan. Thank you, Orochimaru-sama. The above information was discovered unintentionally. It seems that even the third Hokage is unaware of it. Furthermore, this investigation was ordered by the fourth Hokage. Uchiha Yoru nodded gratefully, throwing another scapegoat. After all, Orochimaru couldn't have known about it, especially since the fourth Hokage was already inside the belly of the Shinigami. In short, it had nothing to do with him. He was just a messenger of the information, and he needed to ensure the safety of his source. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru showed a look of realization. So that's how it was. No wonder. In this way, everything makes sense. Although Minato had only been Hokage for a year, he was still a Hokage. Naturally, he had to deal with the struggle for power. Moreover, this was the first time in the history of Konoha, since its establishment, that two Hokage existed simultaneously. Usually, when the previous Hokage died, the succeeding one took over. There was no such existence where both coexisted. This raised questions. The third Hokage was still alive and hadn't died in battle, so he naturally retained some power. This became the third Hokage's direct control, the ANBU Black Ops. In the anime, during the Nine Tails attack, someone exclaimed, "It's the third Hokage's ANBU." From this, we can infer that the fourth Hokage also had his own ANBU. In this case, Minato needed to cultivate his own people, but training was too slow. The quicker way was to gain allies. Uchiha wasn't favored, making him the best candidate for alliance. Thinking up to this point, Orochimaru couldn't help but feel emotional. No wonder Minato was close to Fugaku. Even though the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and Uchiha Mikoto were closer, the naive kid had grown into a qualified politician. Everything was because Orochimaru had underestimated him. As the fourth Hokage, Minato was at the center of power and naturally had easier access to certain information, especially with his teleportation technique. With these thoughts in mind, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. Minato had discovered the existence of wood release users, but he didn't have the strength to investigate it. That's where Uchiha became the best choice. It made perfect sense. If Uchiha Yoru knew Orochimaru's deductions at this moment, he would probably give him a thumbs up. Yes. That's right, everything was as you thought. Orochimaru-sama, the Uchiha clan will do everything in our power to help you become the fifth Hokage. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru expressed his loyalty with a respectful and passionate tone. Orochimaru responded with his unique horse laughter. Hehe, Yoru-kun, Anko is my student. I will personally lead this team. Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Yoru's excitement was evident. He immediately bent 90 degrees, bowing deeply, and shouted, "Orochimaru-sensei! Forget about dignity or face, and forget about Orochimaru's future betrayal. Present interests were the most crucial, especially since Orochimaru had defected due to his human experiments. If a reckoning were to happen, there would be countless ninjas supporting Orochimaru. In any case, he had the Uchiha clan behind him. According to his deductions, it would be at least 2 years before Orochimaru defected. By then, he would have made a profit from it. As for stopping him, Orochimaru wasn't interested in the Uchiha right now. He hadn't experienced the beating of the Mangekyo yet. If he really became Hokage, well, the Uchiha clan might not be annihilated, but they would definitely become frequent visitors to Orochimaru's laboratory. So he wouldn't stop him. On the contrary, he would strive to gain immense benefits from it. Otherwise, it would take ages for him to gather enough ryo to buy the Mangekyo. And Orochimaru's defection could be deduced even more accurately. Uchiha Yoru sneered. It was just after the fourth Hokage's death, with the border in turmoil. Any discerning person would know that the election for the 5th Hokage would happen as soon as the border stabilized. The situation at the border wouldn't calm down for at least a year or two. Furthermore, Orochimaru's defection was likely caused by political reasons, not just Danzo's doing. If Danzo wanted to become Hokage, he wouldn't want Orochimaru, a young person, to take over. And then, there were the political interest groups led by the 3rd Hokage. Even if Hiruzen didn't want it, his Sarutobi clan and others like Ino Shikacho and Akimichi would accept it due to their own interests. Chapter 8, P2W8, Mitarashi Anko. Konoha border. Amidst towering trees, a young girl with short, deep purple hair tied in a bun playfully twirled a kunao in her hand. Despite being 12 years old, a subtle, almost imperceptible bloodthirsty smile played on her face. Hehe, Yoru, I never expected you to become Orochimaru-sensei's student. Looks like you're not just relying on your pretty face, the immature Mitarashi Anko remarked, imitating Orochimaru and even sticking out her tongue to lick a kunao in a non-threatening manner. Uchiha Yoru, watching from the side, couldn't help but smile. Anko, feeling a little hot in the tongue. Yoru's words instantly broke the atmosphere, leaving Anko puzzled. Hot? What do you mean? Seeing Anko's innocent confusion, Yoru squinted and pointed to his own mouth, whispering, my mouth happens to be cool. Maybe you can come to me to cool down instead of using a kunao. Anko was momentarily stunned by the sarcastic remark, but soon a smile crossed her face. However, this smile carried a hint of danger, unlike her previous imitation. Hehe, Yoru, you're right. Maybe next time I'll let you cool me down in front of you, Anko replied, her smile now accompanied by a touch of menace. But then, she changed her expression and sneered, although Orochimaru-sensei paired me up with you, I won't protect you during missions. Anko, one of Orochimaru's 3 ninjas, graduated from the academy at the age of 10 and became a chunin at 12. She was considered a genius and naturally looked down upon Yoru, who became a chunin at 14. Hehe, Anko, don't be so heartless, Yoru retorted. At that moment, Anko scrutinized her classmate, the one who had stood out the most during their school days and happened to be her best friend's boyfriend. In her heart, she secretly calculated that Yoru was not one to let an opportunity slip by. She knew exactly how Yoru had managed to charm Yui back then. Uchiha Yoru, what are you really up to? Going through all this trouble to come to the front lines and become Orochimaru-sensei's student? What's your true motive? Anko's evaluating gaze betrayed her cautious nature beneath her carefree ninja persona. Observing Anko's expression, Yoru shook his head with a helpless look and replied, you've got it all wrong, Anko. I was ordered to get close to Orochimaru's disciple, not Orochimaru himself. As he uttered the last 3 words, he raised an eyebrow, conveying a meaningful message to Anko. Her mind started working quickly. With the current situation, it's likely that the 3rd Hokage will regain power, but we all know that once the turmoil settles, the 5th Hokage will be elected. And that 5th Hokage. Yoru stopped speaking at that point, his eyes conveying the unspoken understanding they both shared. Anko's mind raced. Uchiha Yoru, you were ordered by the Uchiha clan to get close to Orochimaru-sensei. Facing Anko's fiercely protective gaze, Yoru shook his head and replied, you've got it wrong. I was ordered to get close to Orochimaru's disciple, which is you. As he said the last 3 words, he raised an eyebrow. Anko's angry expression was immediately replaced by a smile, as a thought crossed her mind. 100,000? You think that's all it takes for this deal? You're Yui's boyfriend, and Yui is my best friend. No way. Anko's gaze was filled with disdain and determination, but Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but smirk and say, Anko, you've got it wrong. It should be former boyfriend. Former boyfriend? Anko was momentarily stunned, and her plan to extort him crumbled. However, a new idea quickly sprouted in her mind, and a smile slowly crept across her face. Ah, so you're a money boyfriend. Well, it seems you're not bad, knowing that your Uchiha identity is sensitive now and that you should distance yourself from UI. In the ninja world, being precocious was the norm, especially considering the years they had spent on the battlefield. Those who lacked cunning were already lying in cold graves. As for the protagonist, he was completely beyond their scope. Putting away the kunao in her pouch, Mitarashi Anko walked over to him, wearing a proud expression as she looked at him. 300,000. I'll pretend to let you succeed in getting clothes, and then we'll split the rewards once the mission is complete. Uchiha Yoru widened his eyes at Anko's confident demand and decisively refused. Impossible. The clan will only give me a total of 300,000 upon completing the mission. So I've been working for nothing. Seeing Yoru's resolute rejection, Anko's mouth curled up into a triumphant smile. She finally understood his bottom line. So it's 300,000, hey? Then I'll take 200,000, and you can have 100,000. Deal or no deal? With a proud expression, Mitarashi Anko made it clear that she had him cornered. It was as if she were saying, do you accept or not? If not, you won't get a single coin. 150,000. We split it. Humph. Stop wasting time. If you don't agree, you won't get anything. Fine. In the end, Uchiha Yoru wore a pained expression, while Mitarashi Anko had a victorious smile. However, despite his displeasure, Uchiha Yoru secretly grumbled to himself. Girl, you're not bad, but you've underestimated my worth. Just the fact that I'm Orochimaru-sensei's student is enough to double my value. Tisk, tisk, you still think like a ninja tool. Both harboring ulterior motives, one with a smile on her face and the other with a smile in his heart, Anko could easily obtain 200,000, while Uchiha Yoru could directly receive 1,000,000 from the clan. Tisk, tisk, the 200,000 from the clan would be just enough. At this time, Anko was only a chunin, and with the low mission rewards during the war, she naturally faced financial difficulties. As for Orochimaru, his research expenses were like a money-burning machine. Saying that Orochimaru wasn't worried about funding would be a lie. After all, even in the original story, the Akatsuki organization had once resorted to mercenary work to raise funds. Chapter 9, P2W9, Yoru's Hihi Moments. Land of Fire Border. Shisui, this isn't enough. You should know Anko is not just a pretty face, but she's also Orochimaru-sama's student. It took a lot of effort for me to establish a connection with her. That's how I joined Anko's team. Inside Uchiha's tent, Uchiha Yoru entered looking exhausted, and he began venting his frustrations. Shisui, visibly surprised, listened intently. Yorunai Aizen, are you saying you've already teamed up with Anko? Shisui widened his eyes in disbelief. How could it have happened so quickly? They had only been at the front line for less than half a day, and the other side had already completed half of the mission. Seeing Shisui's shocked expression, Yoru smirked secretly. Being surprised alone wouldn't get you anywhere. Don't you know that courting girls requires money? It definitely requires expenses, and significant ones at that. How else can you justify being a disciple of Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sunin? Yoru needed to convey a message to Shisui, making him understand that even ordinary friendships require investments, let alone someone like Anko, who is like a wealthy young lady. She can't be won over easily. Hey, Shisui, this time I had to swallow my pride to convince Anko. And Yoru hesitated, as if he had something difficult to say. Shisui eagerly nodded. Yorunai Aizen, there's no one else here. You can tell me anything. That's the line I've been waiting for. Yoru wore a troubled expression, pretending to gather his determination, and let out a deep sigh. Shisui, there's something you don't know. Anko and Ui were friends in school. As you already know, my looks are my advantage. Now that I've broken up with Ui and Anko is with us, you know what that means. Yoru's expression revealed his dilemma, and Shisui's face turned serious in an instant. Of course, he understood. How could he not? They all went to the same school. Shisui must have heard about Yoru's reputation. When it came to talent, Kakashi Hatake was undoubtedly the genius. But when it came to looks and popularity with women, it was definitely Uchiha Yoru. Naturally, Shisui imagined a cliché scenario where Yoru and Yui, as good friends, became a couple while Anko, their close friend, silently supported them. And now, that opportunity seemed to have presented itself. Seeing Shisui's determined expression after imagining the scenario, Yoru's eyes revealed a hint of sympathy. It was as if he was saying, "I admire your sacrifice for the clan." But deep down, Yoru cursed Shisui, calling him a blockhead. No wonder he was easily deceived and became a fool. Didn't he realize that he could provide the funds? "Shisui, Anko has been my friend. This time, I explained the difficult situation our clan is facing, and Anko agreed to talk to Orochimaru-sama to see if she can help me become Orochimaru-sama's student." After Yoru finished speaking, Shisui was moved. This was a crucial factor that directly impacted the rise and fall of their clan. If Yoru truly became Orochimaru's student, then in the future, the Uchiha clan would regain the trust of the Hokage's lineage within the village. After all, Orochimaru was undoubtedly the future fifth Hokage. Besides the relationship between father and son, the most reliable relationships among shinobi were those of teammates, mentors, and disciples. In Shisui's eyes, it was clear that Anko was trying to help Yoru become Orochimaru's student, taking on the role of a mentor. The only thing missing was the emotional connection of a mentor-disciple or a father-son relationship. A mentor-disciple relationship was equivalent to the bond between the third Hokage and the legendary Sannin, or even, in this era, as emotional as a father-son bond. "Yorunai Aizen, are you saying that Anko is willing to let Orochimaru-sama become your mentor?" Shisui's excitement was evident. If this relationship could be confirmed, it would be similar to the fourth Hokage and Kakashi. People would immediately recognize Yoru's strength, and the Uchiha clan would once again earn the trust of the Hokage. Yoru let out a sigh of relief and said, "Shisui, my trusted messenger, I think you need to inform the clan. Anko has gone to meet Orochimaru-sama. She's quite confident it will work out. But..." At this point, Yoru wore a bitter smile and continued, "Funds. I need a significant amount of funds. You know, Anko is Orochimaru-sama's disciple. She doesn't lack any ninjutsu or secret techniques. Whether I can advance further as Orochimaru-sama's disciple is unclear, but Anko must not give up. Anko is different from other female ninjas, so I have to rely on the clan's resources." Yoru's meaning was straightforward. Anko was now a wealthy young lady. She lacked nothing. She's helping me now, but it's based on the feelings we had in school. However, as time goes by, I'll lack everything while she won't. Once the feelings fade away, how can a rich girl be interested in a poor guy? In short, the clan needs to provide me with various resources and turn me into a wealthy nobleman. Only then can we be a perfect match, like a prince and princess." Shisui's face showed sudden realization. Although he had never had a girlfriend, he understood this principle. Only when the distance between two people is reduced can they communicate better. "Don't worry, Big Yorunai Aizen. I'll inform the clan right away. You can count on me." Shisui nodded with determination. Even though he knew Yoru had his own motives, who didn't? Yoru achieved his missions using his looks, obtained the necessary items, and satisfied his personal desires. Was he wrong? Absolutely not. Seeing Shisui's attitude, Yoru couldn't help but feel ashamed. He sighed, but deep down, he was secretly delighted. It seemed he had to act quickly. He had to take advantage of the clan before Orochimaru's defection. If he didn't exploit the clan, it would benefit Konoha after the clan's extermination. It's better to turn the clan's resources into his own power. Since the clan assigned him this mission, he had already started planning, maximizing his benefits, and rapidly strengthening his own power. Exploiting. It was the only way now. The meager rewards from missions were too slow. He had to exploit the clan's resources to enhance his strength quickly. Once Orochimaru defected, his power would also be formidable. At least he would gain the clan's attention and have more opportunities for missions and benefits. Yoru pondered in silence. Exploiting the clan's resources was necessary, but it wasn't enough. After all, Orochimaru's defection was only 2 years away. So he needed a second path. A path that would allow him to exploit the clan's resources in the long run, a path involving selling various information for massive profits. With this in mind, Yoru smiled. Konoha's turmoil was the perfect source of information, and he was on the front line. Chapter 10, P2W10, It's Time. Land of Lightning. Reikage-sama, this intelligence report is quite extraordinary. Seated in the Reikage's office within the Reikage building was the 4th Reikage, A, who took over after his father's death in the Third Great Ninja War. He examined the intelligence in his hands with restrained impatience, his expression becoming serious. Yes, something seems off, but we mustn't underestimate it. Let the intelligence division test it first to verify the authenticity of the information. If it's genuine, money won't be the deciding factor. The Reikage didn't take the intelligence lightly but didn't dwell on it excessively either. After all, there were only a few traitors like this each year. Spies existed in every nation, including traitors who betrayed their own village's interests for a hefty reward. Some sought jutsu, others sought revenge, and some were simply driven by greed and feared being caught by their own spies. In summary, traitors were not uncommon in the shinobi world, they had always existed. However, this particular traitor seemed to have an unusual identity, being able to acquire information about the borders of Konoha. Keep a close eye on this matter. Determine whether this traitor is real or fake. The 4th Reikage's voice carried a weighty tone. The ninja who came to report immediately nodded respectfully and said, "Understood, Reikage-sama." Of course, there could also be fake traitors. They would initially provide some genuine intelligence to gain trust, but when it came to conveying crucial mission information, they would mix in one lie among 9 truths. That final lie would set a trap, leading to the deaths of numerous elite shinobi. It was a tactic at which every nation excelled. Even though they knew there was a possibility of fakes, the shinobi of each nation remained enthusiastic. They all had specialized departments to analyze and confirm the authenticity of the intelligence. Land of Earth. In the office of the Tsuchikage in Uegakure, Oniki looked at the intelligence report he had received, quickly scanning its contents. The experienced Kage remained unfazed, calmly placing the report on his desk. Have someone closely monitor this intelligence and investigate its authenticity. Yes, sir. If it's genuine, we can offer even more wealth and resources. Accuracy is crucial when it comes to intelligence. The existence of such traitors was something Oniki, with his vast experience, had long become accustomed to. He didn't pay too much attention to this particular intelligence report. Land of Water, Kirigakure. In a dimly lit room, Karatachi Yagura looked at the intelligence in his hands, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Hehe, so it's a little bug. I hope your information is true, or else I won't mind slaughtering a few Konoha shinobi to vent my anger. Border of Land of Fire. Uchiha Yoru returned to his tent with a relaxed expression on his face. As he looked at the funds that had just been delivered by Shizuka, a smile formed on his lips. Exploiting loopholes was indeed the quickest way to gain wealth. The Uchiha clan deserved its reputation as the wealthiest in Konoha. Despite their arrogance, they were generous to their own. Receiving a reward of 1 million ryo and the additional funds sent by his clan, Yoru couldn't help but smile. After converting everything, a pleasant sound echoed in his mind. Gold, 280,000. Seeing this number, Yoru's smile widened. Not bad. Looks like I'll have to work harder. If I can join Orochimaru's ranks, I'll gain even more resources. Receiving a 1 million ryo reward and immediately addressing Orochimaru as his teacher the next day, Yoru's shinobi immediately relayed the shocking news. Naturally, the mission was considered a success, exceeding all expectations. At this moment, his clan also gave him another task: do everything possible to join the ranks of the Sun in Orochimaru, with the full support of the Uchiha clan's elite at the front lines. With a satisfied smile on his face, Yoru began performing hand seals: boar, dog, rooster, monkey, sheep. Summoning jutsu. A puff of smoke appeared, and a grey hawk materialized on his shoulder. It was the spirit beast he had purchased for 30,000 ryo. The hawk possessed no special abilities, and it couldn't communicate like humans. Its intelligence was only slightly superior to ordinary animals, which was precisely why Yoru chose it. Lack of spiritual intelligence meant that even if a shinobi captured it, genjutsu or memory probing techniques couldn't extract clear memories. They were simply unable to communicate. However, it was an excellent means of relaying information. The grey hawk on Yoru's shoulder slowly opened its beak and spat out 3 scrolls. Then, under a puff of smoke, the grey hawk dissipated, leaving Yoru to unroll the scrolls with anticipation. When he saw the gold bars as thick as his finger, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Time to make some purchases. Gold, 330,000. Tisk tisk, a gold mine for killing and arson. Looks like the ancestors were right. As the amount of gold soared to 330,000, Yoru's face revealed a mix of excitement and regret. Damn it, why couldn't his talent be better? If only he had graduated earlier and seized the opportunity during the Third Great Ninja War to amass a fortune. He had miscalculated. Despite years of hard work since graduation, he had only earned 500,000 ryo. That included the money distributed by the clan and the inheritance from his parents. Knowing they would have to move after the Nine Tails attack, he had promptly sold valuable properties in the Golden District to accumulate the necessary 500,000 ryo. Selling initial information for 50,000 gold coins. If I sell a few more, especially some important ones. As he thought about this, Yoru's face showed an excited expression. He was just one step away from shouting out in joy. As for whether it was shameful to sell information about Konoha for money, he had only one thing to say at this moment: forget it. The Uchiha clan was already on the path to extinction, and he was saving his clan. Moreover, if he sold enough information, particularly important information that could ignite a border conflict, it would truly be a salvation for his clan. Once a war broke out, even if it was only a partial border war, Konoha would be constantly tied down at the edge of the conflict. By then, even if someone wanted to target the Uchiha clan, they would be powerless. How could this be called selling information? He was clearly saving his clan, saving the decaying Konoha. With 330,000 gold coins, I have no shortage of ninjutsu, genjutsu, or even taijutsu. Bloodline upgrades are not enough. Now, I need to quickly improve my abilities. Yoru squinted his eyes. It seemed that the present was the calm before the storm for Konoha. Once Orochimaru defected, the borders of Konoha would become turbulent. Even now, he could sense that some small shinobi villages wanted to instigate wars between the major nations for their own gain. When Orochimaru defected, it would likely be the beginning of an escalated conflict. If not for the significant losses suffered by all nations in the Third Great Ninja War, it would not have remained a localized conflict at this time. It's time to exchange some things. Chapter 11, P2W11, Mission. Chakra Attribute Upgrade, Lightning, LV3, upgraded, costing 100,000 gold coins. Successfully promoted Lightning Chakra Attribute to LV4. Chidori A Rank Ninjutsu, accelerated training experience purchase, costing 120,000 gold coins to master A Rank Ninjutsu Chidori. Constantly visualizing the use of Chidori in his mind, Uchiha Yoru felt as though he had completely mastered it. Simultaneously, he sensed a difference in his chakra within his body. Uchiha Yoru realized that he had successfully practiced Chidori and upgraded his chakra attribute. Fortunately, having Chidori as a ninjutsu meant he only needed to purchase experience packs to achieve mastery. However, it cost him a hefty 120,000 gold coins to fully master the technique. Now, he only had 110,000 gold coins remaining in his balance. Uchiha Yoru narrowed his eyes and muttered, Orochimaru is still preoccupied with Danzo during their honeymoon, so he isn't focused on the Sharingan at the moment. After all, Orochimaru doesn't care about Sharingan below the 3 Tomo level. I need to catch Orochimaru's attention, and this is the only way. Exchange balance for swordsmanship, physical skills, experience package, cost, 110,000 gold coins, swordsmanship, physical skills, upgraded to LV4. As the name suggests, experience packs are designed to allow the user to directly master a specific technique or elevate it to a higher level. These levels correspond to one's strength, LV1, Ninja Academy student, LV2, Genin, LV3, Chunin, LV4, Jounin, LV5, Elite Jounin, LV6, ANBU, LV7, Cage Level, LV8, Super Cage, LV9, 6 Paths Level, LV10, Otsutsuki. Uchiha Yoru felt the changes in his body and couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Indeed, this only enhances experience and techniques. Experience packs don't directly improve physical qualities. For example, swordsmanship and physical skills are interconnected, but after his promotion, he only gained skills and experience, while his body still needed training to keep up. It's similar to the original story when Sasuke unlocked his Sharingan and could see through Rock Lee's movements but couldn't match him physically. He had worked hard before this, and his proficiency in swordsmanship and chakra attribute was at the Chunin level. With the direct purchase, these two skills were elevated to the Jounin level, saving him at least a year or two of training time. More importantly, he had also mastered an A-rank ninjutsu. Combined with the single Tomo Sharingan he awakened on the night of the Nine Tails attack, his overall strength was enough to be considered an elite Chunin. Each ninja has their preferred style, and most people explore their talents while forging their own path, eventually developing their unique fighting style. However, Uchiha Yoru smiled confidently and thought, why waste so much effort? It's better to follow someone else's path while others follow mine. For instance, his plan to emulate Uchiha Sasuke's early path with Taka team was perfect, and it also helped him save money. The future development path was just right. The combination of the Chidori series of ninjutsu for offense and defense not only saved money but also looked cool, right? Who wouldn't want to be both powerful and handsome? Most importantly, he aimed to gain fame and establish a solid reputation within the clan. Being in Orochimaru's squad at the moment was ideal. He could perfectly emulate Uchiha Sasuke's fighting style from the early stages and even benefit from the clan. As for Orochimaru's Curse Mark series, did it really pale in comparison to the Uchiha clans? At least until Orochimaru's defection, having Orochimaru's seal would bring him maximum benefits. As for the future? That's why he wanted to maximize his benefits during this time, exploit the clan as much as possible, and then strengthen himself. Yoru, let's go. Orochimaru-sensei has a mission. At that moment, Anko's voice came from outside the tent, and Uchiha Yoru, who had already heard her footsteps, smiled. Coming, Anko. Uchiha Yoru, with his handsome face, stepped out with a sunny smile on his cheeks. Meanwhile, Anko had a tsundere expression. The two of them walked together towards Orochimaru's camp, a sight meant to be witnessed by others. As expected, other ninjas secretly whispered to themselves. They saw the Uchiha clan as despicable, using seduction through Orochimaru's disciple to further their own interests. The elite young ninjas of the Uchiha clan wore somewhat embarrassed expressions. How could they not see through such obvious intentions? Many of them secretly rejoiced that it wasn't them selling their bodies. Even Uchiha Shisui, quietly observing the two as they walked away, couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Yoru, you're working hard. The clan won't forget you. For the mission, for the clan, sacrificing emotions and even one's body were all acts worthy of admiration. Yoru, your Uchiha reputation isn't looking good. As they walked, Anko teased and joked, and Uchiha Yoru shrugged nonchalantly, saying, "Can't help it, it's all for the village." Yes, if it weren't for the Uchiha clan's hard work in completing missions, how could they capture these spies and gather intelligence from the Lightning, Earth, and Water nations? As for the Wind nation, he could only sigh. He also wanted to sell information to them, but currently, there was no channel to pass on the information. Otherwise, he would have done it already. And there were so many small countries. Just thinking about it, Uchiha Yoru's face revealed an excited and determined expression. The revolution hadn't succeeded yet, comrades still needed to work hard. He had to become greater, stronger. Apart from Konoha, among the 5 great nations and the various small countries, he would become the most prominent information merchant. To make Konoha bigger and stronger, to contribute his extra efforts. Everything was for the village. On the border of the Fire Nation. Inside the boundless forest, it felt like stepping into ancient times. Ordinary people standing on tree trunks appeared as small as cats, while shadows weaved through the dense foliage. Black silhouettes darted with extreme agility through the primeval forest. Meanwhile, Anko and Uchiha Yoru stared solemnly at the passing figures. "Yoru, those are the spies mentioned in the intelligence report." At that moment, Uchiha Yoru's Sharingan, spinning with a single tomo, glowed red. With his enhanced vision, he clearly observed the figures passing by from within the shadows. Speaking in a low voice, he reported, "A small team led by one individual, with 3 subordinates. A total of 4 people. The leader is approximately 25 years old, carrying a ninja sword on his back. The other 3 are male, around 12 or 13 years old." Uchiha Yoru calmly relayed the information he had gathered, while Anko, by his side, found nothing unusual. Ninjas often had their idiosyncrasies, which served as a form of release. But during missions, especially when preparing for battle, nobody would joke around at such a time. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound echoed in the distance, followed by a scream. The team leader quickly raised his hand, signaling his comrades to halt, and shouted, "It's a trap! Retreat!" However, just then, 2 figures swiftly emerged from the trees behind them, blocking the retreat of the retreating ninja. Having already lost 1 member to an explosive tag trap, the remaining 2 young ninjas wore serious expressions. But upon seeing the newcomers, the team leader's gaze turned blank, and fear crept onto his face. Trembling, he stammered, "Orochimaru. SSSSHH." Emerging slowly from the shadows of the tree trunk, Orochimaru revealed his sinister face, wearing a mischievous smile reminiscent of a cat playing with mice. His tongue slithered out, licking his lips, as he let out a distinctively husky laugh. "Hee, it seems we have a few little mice here. Orochimaru." The team leader trembled in fear as he uttered Orochimaru's name, instantly causing the 2 other ninjas to show signs of shock. Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sunin. How could this be possible? However, in that moment, a swift gust of wind shattered the silence. Countless shuriken emerged, gleaming with a cold light, hurled from behind. "No! This can't be right!" Realizing the surprise attack from behind, the team leader's face suddenly displayed excitement and delight. If Orochimaru were truly present, why would there be an ambush? "Run! Orochimaru has no chance here. Run! I'll cover you. Go deal with the attacker." The team leader shouted at his 2 students, his voice filled with urgency. With determination, he charged towards Orochimaru. This experienced ninja quickly analyzed the situation. In just an instant, he deduced that the Orochimaru before him must be an imposter, or else why would there be a surprise attack? He didn't know the strength of the person attacking from behind, but his two students were the perfect candidates to test the waters. Upon hearing their teacher's command, the two young students showed excitement on their faces. It was their team leader. Be careful. In the blink of an eye, everything unfolded rapidly. The team leader, without a ninja forehead protector, swiftly drew his ninja sword from his back and lunged towards Orochimaru. Meanwhile, the two students, each holding a kunai in both hands, intercepted the incoming shuriken attacks with their own weapons. Chapter 12, P2W12, Success. Orochimaru, hidden in the shadow of a tree trunk, suddenly showed a hint of panic. Instinctively, he took a step back, revealing a fierce and sinister grin on his face. "You're dead." That was a close call. He was almost scared out of his wits. If he hadn't cleverly discovered his opponent's flaw, retreating in such a frightened manner would have been utterly embarrassing. A dark figure flashed and landed on a thick tree trunk. The elite Chunin, with a sinister smile, attacked the somewhat panicked Orochimaru with a long sword. A mocking expression appeared on his Orochimaru's face, as his opponent realized too late and was filled with dread. Concealed in his sleeve, Orochimaru's hand had already formed the seals, yin, rat, sheep, rat, yin. Chakra flowed inside him, instantly replacing his panicked expression with a sneering smile as he raised his hand. Hidden shadow snake hands. With a hoarse and mocking smile, several poisonous snakes suddenly sprang out from Orochimaru's arm, attacking the startled Orochimaru. Fear overwhelmed the renowned Sunin, and he displayed a look of sheer terror. Orochimaru. People can disguise themselves with transformation jutsu, but they can't fake their ninjutsu. The elite Chunin, who led the team, lost his will to fight under Orochimaru's signature ninjutsu. He quickly threw his ninja sword and used his legs to leap backward, seeking escape. Escape. Having witnessed the signature ninjutsu, Orochimaru was certain. At that moment, he had no desire to fight anymore. His mind was solely focused on escaping. But then, bird chirping sounds echoed from behind an endless chorus of bird chirping. Chidori. Splat. Blood splattered as the elite Chunin screamed in agony. A streak of lightning transformed into an afterimage, passing through his body and severing his right arm. Damn it! Uchiha Yoru, why haven't you mastered this ninjutsu yet? Orochimaru, now revealed on the tree trunk, displayed annoyance and a somewhat girlish rage. As a burst of white smoke dissipated, Anko's figure appeared, instantly causing anger to surface in the fallen elite Chunin. "You're not Orochimaru." The elite Chunin realized he had been tricked. From the start, his opponent had used Orochimaru's fearsome reputation to intimidate him. Anyone would have thought they had encountered Orochimaru for real under the hidden shadow snake hands technique. Little did he expect it was a fake. "Captain!" Two students rushed over. The three of them formed a triangular battle formation. However, Anko, who had revealed her true identity on the tree trunk, looked angrily at Uchiha Yoru, who had landed on the ground. Yoru's lightning was still crackling in his hand, slowly dissipating. With a spinning tomo in his eye socket, he laughed embarrassedly. "Anko, your opponent was a taijutsu user and evaded this finishing move at the last moment." Originally aimed at his opponent's back, it ended up severing an arm. It wasn't ideal, but it was still effective. After losing an arm, an ordinary ninja's combat effectiveness would be greatly reduced, especially without the ability to use ninjutsu. As the lightning dissipated from her palm, Uchiha Yoru stared at his prey below and revealed a smile. 120,000 ryo. Used to accelerate Chidori training, an A-rank ninjutsu. He wasn't a genius, but he could become one through spending money. Although not yet proficient, he could already fully utilize it in battle. In an instant, Uchiha Yoru shot shurikens from his hand. From a high vantage point, the shurikens flew densely, catching two people off guard. The injured elite Chunin reacted swiftly, leaping high into the air. Startled, he looked down and realized the shurikens were bound by thin steel wires. In the dim forest, it was difficult for an ordinary person to notice. Uchiha Yoru pulled both hands back, causing the shurikens to loop back due to the force. In an instant, the two lower-level ninja were entangled by the wires. The elite Chunin, who had leaped into the air, angrily threw his shuriken to break the wires binding his two students. But someone was faster. With perfect coordination, Mitarashi Anko, standing beside Uchiha Yoru, swiftly formed hand seals: snake, dragon, rabbit, tiger. Fire style, dragon fire technique. With a shout, Anko took a deep breath, displaying immense power in her young chest. She exhaled, releasing a towering fire dragon straight down. Ah! Amidst miserable screams, the flames engulfed the two young lower-level ninja in an instant. The air was filled with a nauseating stench. The fallen elite Chunin, still with blood dripping from his right arm, stared at the two young geniuses before him. Sweat streamed down his face as he was shocked by the rapid turn of events. He couldn't help but nervously swallow his saliva. You are Orochimaru's disciple, Mitarashi Anko. The elite Chunin's face turned pale as he looked in shock at the two individuals. Their coordinated actions and distinct ninjutsu, along with one of them being a female ninja, matched the intelligence about Orochimaru's disciple. Both hidden shadow snake hands and dragon fire technique were C-rank ninjutsu and didn't consume much chakra. Mitarashi Anko sneered at the enemy, mocking him. That's right, I am Mitarashi Anko, one of the three Sunin and Orochimaru's disciple. Surrender quietly. The opponent anxiously looked at the other person, noticing the red eyes in their eye sockets. Through gritted teeth, he said, I didn't expect there would be an Uchiha ninja here too, with Sharingan. They were too cunning, one with Sharingan and the other a disciple of the legendary Sunin. Even in a direct confrontation, he wouldn't have the confidence to survive, let alone their craftiness with one trap leading to another. Hehe, ninjas survive by using their brains, especially when it comes to intelligence. Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but smile at the opponent's gnashing teeth. He knew he was infuriating him. But what he said was true. Unless one reached the later stages of overpowering strength, ninjas in the early stages relied on intelligence and calculations to overcome the strong with the weak, the many with the few. It wasn't about face-to-face battles, hand seals, and ninjutsu. That was just a fantasy. Huff, huff. The opponent's face suddenly changed, and his body stiffened as he breathed rapidly. His plan to escape was ruined. Sensing the changes within his body, he couldn't believe what he was experiencing. Trembling, he looked at the two young and exceptional Konoha genius ninjas before him and said with a quivering voice, "When did you poison me?" He had talked too much, secretly observing the escape route. But now his chakra seemed uncontrollable, and dizziness washed over him. Being experienced, he knew he had been poisoned. As his consciousness faded and dizziness overcame him, he remembered the moment the young boy had used Chidori to sever his arm. That was his only opportunity to be poisoned. Looking at the smiles on the faces of the two youths before him, he collapsed onto the soft grass with a thud. Yo, listen up, I got a story to tell. About an Uchiha in Konoha, you know he's raising hell. It's called Pay to Win, a fanfic you gotta see. Support me on Patreon if you wanna read with glee. I've got 50 chapters in advance, you know it's legit. Plus, there's more stories waiting, you won't wanna quit. Head to patreon.com/bleem, that's where you'll find all the exclusive content that'll blow your mind. I'm bringing the heat, bringing the rhymes so fly. This fanfic's gonna take you on a wild ride. So join me on Patreon, let's make it a blast. Support my work and make the memories last. Pay to Win Uchiha, a tale you won't forget. With twists and turns, it's a story you won't regret. So come on, show some love, let's make it known. Patreon.com/Bleem, where greatness is shown. Hope to see you there, with your support in tow. Let's dive into this fanfic, let the story unfold. Thank you all for listening, now it's time to begin. Get ready for the ride, let the adventure begin. Chapter 13, P2W13, Success. Land of Fire Border. Orochimaru-sensei, the mission is complete. Inside the tent, Orochimaru looked tired as he rubbed his forehead, holding several intelligence reports in his hand. As the overall commander on the front lines, his workload had increased due to the apparent unrest at the border. In addition, he had secret scientific experiments to conduct. He was a master of time management. Orochimaru looked at his disciple, Anko, who wore an admiring expression, and his teammate, Uchiha Yoru, who pretended to admire him. He lifted his head and revealed his signature smile. If the enemy saw this smile, they would be filled with fear. Orochimaru had a certain charismatic charm, which made him a formidable contender for the position of the fourth Hokage. Anko handed him the mission report, and Uchiha Yoru casually shrugged, indicating that Anko should deliver the news. Anko wore a smug smile, as if saying, "You recognize my worth." Orochimaru-sensei, we discovered illegal infiltrators this time. 3 of them were low-level shinobi, 2 dead and 1 disabled. The remaining one, a Chunin, has been taken to the interrogation department. This is the information we obtained from them. As the overall commander, Orochimaru didn't have to personally handle every mission. Once they captured a live target, they would hand them over to the interrogation department for interrogation and provide the mission results. Orochimaru only needed to know the purpose or plot of the enemy, without wasting time on suspicion. Anko excitedly and proudly recounted the mission details and the results from the interrogation department. Orochimaru patiently listened, appearing like a mentor at that moment. After Anko finished speaking, she wore a proud expression, as if saying, "Come on, praise me already." "Hehe, Anko, you did well. But I suppose this strategy was devised by Yoru, right?" Orochimaru's smile was sinister, but Anko didn't feel repulsed. Instead, she looked at her teammate Yoru, pouted, and let out a cold hum. She knew she couldn't have handled the enemy alone. She wouldn't have been able to finish the battle swiftly and efficiently without any injuries. "Hehe, Anko, you did a great job." After encouraging his disciple with his horse smile, Orochimaru turned his gaze to Yoru and revealed a sinister smile. "Yoru, your talent in ninjutsu and kenjutsu surpasses my expectations. It seems the title of the genius team for you and Anko is not an exaggeration." Receiving Orochimaru's praise, Uchiha Yoru, wearing a sheepish smile, secretly grumbled in his heart, thinking, "What genius! I just spent a lot of money to get this far." Clearly, the fact that he managed to master Chidori in such a short time had already earned him the title of a genius in Orochimaru's eyes. This was Yoru's plan, after all. He had attached himself to Orochimaru. If we talk about the level of teaching among the Hokage, it would definitely be Jiraiya and Orochimaru, 2 of the legendary Sunin. But it was clear that Jiraiya couldn't establish a connection, while Orochimaru's guidance had a distinctive style. He naturally had to show his talent to exchange for the maximum resources. "Orochimaru-sensei, you flatter me." At this moment, Uchiha Yoru wore a shy smile and Anko, who was standing beside him, couldn't help but sneer. "Who is Orochimaru?" He is one of the legendary 3 ninjas and instantly recognized that Uchiha Yoru had something to say. He turned his head with a hoarse smile and looked at Anko. "Anko, you haven't had any missions lately. Go and train with the ninjutsu I taught you." As expected, Anko, who blindly idolized Orochimaru, nodded excitedly. "Don't worry, Orochimaru-sensei. Anko won't hold you back." Clearly, Anko was also a genius, otherwise, Orochimaru wouldn't have noticed her. "Hehe, Yoru-kun is not bad either. Anko, you can leave. It's time for me, as Yoru-kun's teacher, to teach him something. With excitement filling his heart, Anko glanced displeasingly at Uchiha Yoru upon hearing those words. His eyes conveyed a warning, as if saying, Orochimaru-sensei is already tired, don't trouble him too much. Under Anko's warning gaze, Uchiha Yoru forced a bitter smile. As Anko left and the tent quieted down again, he noticed Orochimaru's smile, filled with deep meaning, seemingly asking, what does Uchiha represent this time? Observing Orochimaru's expression, Uchiha Yoru took a deep breath. He knew this was his chance to prove himself. He had to seize the opportunity and rise to power before Orochimaru defected, or else he would never have such a chance again. Orochimaru-sensei, this is the funding provided by the Uchiha clan for our teacher. Uchiha Yoru slowly took out a scroll from his pocket and unsealed it. Instantly, a glittering golden scene appeared before their eyes. Orochimaru's eyes flickered with surprise at the sight. Gold bricks, piled up like a small mountain, were then sealed back into the scroll. Uchiha Yoru respectfully handed over the scroll. Seeing this scene, Orochimaru's hoarse laughter carried a sense of joy. Although he was a scientist, research was an endless pit, and the required resources were boundless. Clearly, it suited his appetite, and when Uchiha Yoru heard Orochimaru's relaxed and joyous laughter, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. His predictions were indeed correct. After the chaos caused by the Nine Tails incident, Konoha was in an unstable state, and the resources provided by Tobi's Akatsuki organization would surely decrease. Especially since Orochimaru was a powerful contender for the position of the fifth Hokage, it would be strange if Tobirama still provided assistance to Orochimaru. At this time, Orochimaru must be in need of money and various resources. Hehe, it seems Yoru-kun has big ambitions. Orochimaru licked his lips as he looked at the acquired funds, a smile appearing on his face. He naturally wanted the money, and the Uchiha clan seemed promising too. Sensei, the Uchiha clan will fully support the fifth Hokage, Orochimaru-sensei. Uchiha Yoru smiled, emphasizing the word sensei, as if to say, you are the fifth Hokage, teacher. The Uchiha clan is willing to serve you in every way possible. Orochimaru heard the underlying meaning in his words and immediately showed a smile. Orochimaru-sensei, the Uchiha clan knows that your research in ninjutsu requires a large amount of funding. This is the initial funding, and the Uchiha clan will continue to provide support in the future. If Orochimaru-sensei needs any research materials, the Uchiha clan will do everything possible to provide them. Uchiha Yoru made a clear statement and his expression grew firm. Chapter 14, P2W14, For the Clan. The laughter of Orochimaru echoed inside the tent, his distinctive hoarse voice no longer sounding sinister and terrifying to Uchiha Yoru's ears but rather pleasant. Immediately, a retching sound reverberated within the tent. Orochimaru spat out a snake covered in saliva, which in turn regurgitated a damp scroll covered in sticky mucus and saliva. Upon seeing the scroll, Uchiha Yoru's face turned slightly flushed with excitement. Meanwhile, Orochimaru retracted the long snake and licked his lips, saying with a smirk, Yoru-kun, your potential has caught the attention of your teacher. The scroll was unfolded, revealing a list of names. Yoru saw Orochimaru's name and the last name on the list, Mitarashi Anko. It was the summoning scroll of the Ryokai cave. In that moment, Uchiha Yoru took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and respectfully said, Yes, Orochimaru-sensei, Uchiha Yoru will not disappoint you. Or rather, the Uchiha clan will not disappoint, as their relationship was primarily a political one. Orochimaru saw the financial backing provided by Konoha, the influential Uchiha clan, as a much-needed boost for his struggling research facility. It allowed him to restore normal operations that were hindered by financial issues. The way Uchiha Yoru referred to his teacher was quite unique. Orochimaru was considered his teacher due to sharing the same squad with his student, Anko. Along with Yoru's admiration and respect for Orochimaru, it was only natural for him to address him as sensei. However, their current relationship went beyond that of a team leader and subordinate. It had transformed into a master-disciple bond driven by political interests. Before Orochimaru's betrayal, achieving success in Konoha required not only skill but also political savvy. Yoru swiftly cut his finger with a shuriken and wrote his name directly on the summoning scroll, sealing it with his palm print. Orochimaru immediately revealed a smile. "Yoru, it seems you are quite clever and know how to use your advantages." Under Orochimaru's wise gaze, there seemed to be a hint of omniscience. Uchiha Yoru lifted his head without concealing anything and respectfully responded with a smile, "Orochimaru-sensei, the Uchiha clan is willing to provide all logistical support. Isn't that the most important thing?" The implication was clear, "Orochimaru-sensei, what you urgently need right now is a large amount of funds for your research. Does it really matter who is important?" Even though Orochimaru was aware of some of the situations, as long as he obtained what he needed, the rest was Uchiha's own business. Upon hearing these words, Orochimaru smiled. He was curious about the abilities of his new disciple, not only in terms of talent for ninjutsu but also in intellect. It seemed that Uchiha Yoru's mind was no longer that of a simple ninja but that of a political mind within a great clan. "So, my disciple, can the Uchiha elite on the front lines obey your command?" To Orochimaru, who it was didn't matter. What mattered was the benefits he needed. Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Yoru was secretly surprised. It seemed Orochimaru had already received some information, such as the significant financial support and the additional task given to the clan, which was to fully assist Uchiha Itachi, the genius of the Uchiha clan, in joining Orochimaru. Well done! But now, Uchiha Yoru used the resources of his clan to pave the way for himself. Rest assured, Orochimaru-sensei. The Uchiha clan is willing to obey your orders. At that moment, Uchiha Yoru respectfully expressed his loyalty to his teacher and clan. He thought to himself that as long as someone from the Uchiha clan joins Orochimaru, the specifics of who it is didn't matter much. The die had already been cast. The 5-year-old Uchiha Itachi had no hope left. In the original story, the Uchiha clan couldn't establish a connection with Orochimaru, thus failing to achieve the current cooperative relationship. This time, Yoru managed to establish a relationship by using the information he knew about the wood release user, Yamato. Although it was a bit of a stretch, it didn't matter anymore. What mattered was his success. Looking at Uchiha Yoru, Orochimaru let out a hoarse laugh. He didn't want to bother himself with the power struggles and manipulations within the large clans. He obtained what he wanted, and that was enough. Hehe, I'll trouble the Uchiha elites with the research materials on this scroll. When you return, make sure to find Anko. She will teach you some snake-based ninjutsu. At that moment, Orochimaru casually handed over a scroll. Uchiha Yoru received it and immediately smiled. He succeeded. Now he could truly call himself Orochimaru's disciple and take advantage of his clan's resources. Don't worry, Orochimaru-sensei. I'll inform Shisui right away. After saying that, Uchiha Yoru excitedly took his leave. Orochimaru was still not infatuated with the Sharingan at this point, he was merely interested in achieving immortality. Yoru was safe for now. What's more, Yoru only possessed one Tomo Sharingan. To spark interest in Uchiha clan research subjects, Orochimaru needed the 3 Tomo Sharingan. Besides, Yoru had his own value. It can be seen from the original story that although Orochimaru was a major early antagonist, he had charisma and a broad mind. As long as you had value, any shortcomings didn't matter to him. He was very tolerant. Now that Uchiha Yoru successfully joined Orochimaru, it was not only a matter of the Uchiha clan's allegiance but also his own potential. Although his potential was temporarily obtained through spending money, who else would know? Upon returning to the Uchiha camp, Shisui happened to be there. Yoru Aizen. When Shisui saw Yoru, he immediately smiled. Although he was stronger than Uchiha Yoru in terms of power, he was far behind in other aspects, especially when it came to Uchiha's future. The bewildered Shisui finally saw a glimmer of hope. As Uchiha Yoru entered, a hesitant expression appeared on his face. He gestured with his eyes around the surroundings, and immediately, Uchiha Shisui said in a low voice, "Everyone, be on high alert." Sure enough, the sound of slight rustling could be heard around the camp. The situation of the Uchiha clan was awkward. It had already affected the front lines, and it could be seen from the isolation around the camp. The Uchiha clan was being isolated. "Yorinai Aizen, we've taken precautions and set up barriers. Everything will be fine." At this moment, seeing that all the arrangements were in place, Uchiha Shisui frowned and looked at Uchiha Yoru with a skeptical expression. "Yorinai Aizen, what's wrong?" Uchiha Yoru sighed inwardly at the worried face of the honest Shisui. After all, the situation of the Uchiha clan was very difficult. They had finally managed to establish a connection with the future 5th Hokage. They couldn't give up now. And seeing Shisui's concerned face, Uchiha Yoru silently sighed. "Shisui, I'm doing all of this for our clan, for the Uchiha." Chapter 15, P2W15, Prohibited. "Shisui, do you remember what I told you? Orochimaru Sensei is the official commander at the border, but he is also responsible for a covert research project." At this moment, Uchiha Yoru hesitated briefly, then looked up at Shisui and spoke his mind. Yes. He had rehearsed these words countless times. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shisui nodded solemnly, a hint of admiration on his face. "You've already mentioned all of this before. Has something changed?" Due to the ongoing turmoil in Konoha, Orochimaru Sensei's research has been suspended due to insufficient funds. The clan's resources can now be used to support him. But... At this moment, Uchiha Yoru felt troubled and somewhat awkward. Under Uchiha Shisui's questioning gaze, he sighed helplessly and said, "Orochimaru Sensei asked me to sign the Ryokai Cave summoning scroll. It's about Uchiha Itachi. He mentioned that considering the current turmoil in Konoha and his own secret mission, he would allow Itachi to adapt to the front lines for a while." Yoru didn't explicitly reject or accept the proposal. Essentially, Orochimaru was too busy at the moment, juggling his responsibilities as the border commander and his secret missions. He simply didn't have the time to evaluate Itachi's abilities. When he had the opportunity, he would assess Itachi's talents. "So, that's what Yoru meant," Shisui said, his shock turning into overwhelming joy. "The Ryokai Cave summoning scroll. Yorinai Aizen, you've become Orochimaru-sama's disciple." Shisui was visibly amazed and couldn't believe it. After all, Orochimaru was one of the legendary Sannin and a valuable political asset. "Yorinai Aizen, what the Uchiha clan needs right now is a member who becomes Orochimaru's disciple. It could be Itachi or someone else, as long as they're from the Uchiha clan." Shisui was excited, envisioning a bright future for the clan and the village. However, Yoru let out a sigh. "I just hope the clan head won't be disappointed." Those words ignited a determination in Shisui. He nodded firmly and said, "Yorinai Aizen, don't worry. When the clan head learns that you've become Orochimaru-sama's disciple, he won't be disappointed. He'll be thrilled." Shisui believed that he was the true genius fighting for the Uchiha clan. Seeing Shisui's reaction, Yoru nodded approvingly. Then, he revealed his true intention, a plan he had prepared and set up for a long time. "Well, even though Orochimaru Sensei can now resume his research, there is still a significant shortage of funds." He mentioned that the village has suffered losses due to the Nine Tails incident and the turmoil at the border. Konoha cannot provide substantial funding at the moment, and the resources provided by the clan can only sustain us for a month. Yoru first mentioned the turmoil caused by the Nine Tails incident. Although it wasn't a conspiracy by the Uchiha clan, they were being unjustly blamed for it. Shisui felt somewhat uneasy upon hearing this. While it wasn't their doing, there was nothing they could do about it now. But as Yoru continued speaking, Shisui secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Orochimaru-sama didn't suspect or resent the Uchiha clan because of this, it would be a stroke of luck. The research might face difficulties, but it would be manageable. Don't worry, Yoru. I will report this issue to the clan. The clan will ensure a continuous flow of funds. Shisui felt relieved. While the Uchiha clan had other problems to deal with, finances were relatively easier. Ninjutsu was the foundation of the clan and might be difficult to compromise, but finances were merely external. If they were lost, they could be earned again. Yoru smiled with relief upon seeing Shisui's response. Shisui, with this, Orochimaru-sensei can continue his secret missions for the village. Once he becomes the 5th Hokage, he will not forget the Uchiha clan. Indeed, that's what the Uchiha clan needed the most. Money and ninjutsu were not lacking for the Uchiha clan. What they truly lacked was re-establishing their influence in Konoha and regaining power. Yoru narrowed his eyes and whispered to himself, "Today, I provided half of the funds to Orochimaru-sensei. Now, let me check my balance. Gold, 1,530,000. After checking his balance and seeing Shisui's smile, Yoru couldn't help but feel happy. He had earned, truly earned. What was the point of undertaking missions that were not only arduous but also poorly paid? Earning money like this was much faster. With over 1.5 million gold coins, it was equivalent to the full payment for an S-rank mission. And remember, the village would deduct a portion of the reward for any mission. S-rank missions were usually completed by elite Jonin teams or carried a great risk if undertaken individually. They also required more time and resources, including the consumption of various tools during the mission. Moreover, he had no ability to undertake S-rank missions himself. But now, he could leverage the clan's resources, completing one S-rank mission at a time. He hoped Orochimaru wouldn't defect too soon, so he could continue reaping the benefits. It wouldn't take much, just 2 or 3 years. With the help of the system, he would undoubtedly become an elite Jonin and a standout member of the Uchiha clan. Thinking about this, Yoru couldn't help but mutter to himself, "For the clan, for the Uchiha." "Oh, by the way, Shisui," Yoru said cautiously, glancing around before taking out a mission scroll. He spoke in a low voice, "The village's secret missions are in jeopardy due to the turmoil at the border. We can't spare our elites. Orochimaru-sensei urgently needs these missions to be completed, and it seems that some morally questionable tasks will require the expertise of the Uchiha clan." He slowly unrolled the scroll, and Shisui's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing this. However, he quickly composed himself, frowned, and carefully examined the mission scroll. "Yorunai-Aizen, this?" Yoru nodded firmly. "Yes, as you can see, this is the material Orochimaru-sensei needs for his research, human experimentation. With the turmoil at the border and the presence of spies from other countries and small nations, we have an opportunity to utilize them as test subjects." But upon seeing Yoru's shameless expression, Shisui was taken aback. Wasn't human experimentation prohibited? Chapter 16, P2W16, Cunning. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru pretended to be astonished. After seeing the shock and confusion on the other person's face, he smiled and shook his head, saying, "Shisui, I was also shocked at first, but later I stopped thinking that way." "Yorunai-Aizen, what do you mean?" Shisui furrowed his brows in obvious confusion. After all, human experimentation was strictly forbidden in the ninja world. However, Uchiha Yoru smiled, looking as if he knew something Shisui didn't. He sighed and said, "Shisui, as an elite ninja of the clan, you naturally know a lot about the clan, even more than I do. While I was with Orochimaru-sensei, I went through some tests and saw things that made me no longer shocked. Does the Hokage know about this?" Upon hearing this, Shisui furrowed his brows and then nodded slightly. "Uchiha Yoru, with a cautious look around to make sure no one was listening, whispered, Orochimaru-sensei is responsible for the village's secret research tasks, which include the unfinished human experimentation project started by the second Hokage. And the first person in charge of the village's human experimentation was the second Hokage, followed by the leader of Root, Shimura Danzo. And now it's Orochimaru-sensei. At this moment, Uchiha Shisui was shocked. He was aware of some of the darkness within the village because where there is light, there is always darkness in the ninja world. But he never expected that while the village publicly declared a ban on such activities, they were secretly continuing them, and it seemed that it was all led by the Hokage, especially the second Hokage. Observing Shisui's shock, Uchiha Yoru chuckled to himself, thinking, I'm not lying. This is all true. It's up to you how you interpret it. It's not just our village, other villages have been doing it too, but they keep it secret. Let me tell you one more thing. At this point, Uchiha Yoru's expression became more serious, and he said in a low voice, the village's prohibited wood release ninja experimentation has not stopped. In fact, it has been successful. What? Clearly, as an Uchiha descendant, Shisui knew some secrets within the clan. He had heard of the horrific human experimentation involved in the wood release project. He never imagined that the village had been conducting it secretly all this time, and that they had even achieved success. Seeing Shisui's shock, Uchiha Yoru shook his head with a sigh and said, Orochimaru-sensei witnessed too many tragedies, so these human experiments were carried out using enemy ninja. As for Roots Danzo, well, let's drop it. If I tell you, I'm afraid you won't be able to accept it. After all, the human experimentation was initiated by the second Hokage in secret, and the wood release ninja project was completed under the leadership of the third Hokage. He was telling the truth. The wood release project was indeed completed during the reign of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. If the third Hokage didn't know about it, who could be blamed? Only his old friend had concealed it. But if one claimed not to know about this secret research, it would be far-fetched. Under your own nose, and you didn't know? After the initial shock, Shisui calmed down. Human experimentation and the wood release project completed under the third Hokage's leadership. Yoru didn't want to mention them. Perhaps Shisui couldn't accept it because of his blind admiration for the third Hokage. In the original work, Shisui's blind trust probably stemmed from a period of panic and insecurity after the Uchiha fell from power. During that time, he must have experienced Orochimaru's defection, which happened not long after the Nine Tails incident. In this situation, burdened by the responsibilities of the clan, and with the third Hokage being skilled in winning people's hearts, Shisui naturally placed his hope in the third Hokage. This led to some tragic events. Hope should never be placed in others, it should only be placed in oneself. And now, with Yoru's appearance, the Uchiha clan had a connection with Orochimaru ahead of time. Orochimaru was undoubtedly a popular figure at this time, a solid candidate for the future fifth Hokage. It was natural for Yoru to place his hope in Orochimaru, the future fifth Hokage. Moreover, unlike the original, he had a partner in Uchiha Yoru, not being alone. In this situation, his spirit became dependent. When Orochimaru defected and the third Hokage didn't live up to Shisui's expectations, just thinking about it made Yoru silently chuckle. This time, he wanted to see how Shisui would handle the situation when faced with the iron-clad trio of the third Hokage, Orochimaru, and Danzo. By the way, there's also another guy, Itachi, but it's fine. According to his plan, before Orochimaru defects, he'll trick the clan into sending Itachi to the front lines. Naturally, he'll help this lost guy find the right path in life. Good, I will secretly lead an elite team to capture the targets. After hearing this earth-shattering revelation, Shisui was shocked, but more than that, he felt helpless. The village had been secretly conducting these activities for so long, and they had even completed the wood release project. What could a mere high-level ninja like him say? Moreover, the ones leading these human experiments were the second and third Hokage. How absurd! He could only reluctantly accept it, but Shisui didn't realize that the image of the Hokage, which he held so high in his heart, wasn't as bright as he thought. Seeing Shisui agree to secretly capture the targets, Uchiha Yoru smiled and nodded, saying, "Good, I'll go too." "You?" Under Shisui's puzzled gaze, Uchiha Yoru shrugged and smiled, saying, "Orochimaru-sensei gave me the summoning beast to better accomplish the mission. Moreover, this is a classified mission, and it's the future 5th Hokage's mission." Upon hearing this, Shisui was momentarily stunned, but then a forced smile appeared on his face. He consoled himself, thinking that it didn't matter since they were enemy ninja. Even if they weren't used for human experimentation, they couldn't escape death. It was all for the sake of the clan and the village. Uchiha Yoru pondered silently. Orochimaru was indeed cunning. It was obvious that he was trying to win over and confirm Uchiha's loyalty. The tasks assigned to him could only be accomplished by Uchiha's elite forces. Once Uchiha completed them, he would be on Orochimaru's side, and that's when trust and cooperation would naturally come into play. The summoning beast that was also taught to him was clearly meant for mission completion. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about being discovered by malicious individuals. After all, the snakes in the Ryokai cave were capable of swallowing a ninja's mobile fortress. They were highly secretive. Thinking about this, Uchiha Yoru silently warned himself to be cautious. The present Orochimaru was not the same as the later one who became completely obsessed with immortality and the Sharingan. Now, he was the hottest candidate for the position of the 5th Hokage. In the world of politics, who was clean and simple? Well, it seemed that he would have to be more careful with the clan's funds that passed through his hands in the future. Fortunately, it wouldn't be for long, and fortunately, he knew the future. Otherwise, once his role as a middleman, profiting and taking kickbacks, was exposed, there would be no turning back. For a moment, Uchiha Yoru silently reminded himself to be cautious. Once Orochimaru defected, everything would become an unaccounted mess, and naturally, all the dangers would be resolved. He just needed to be careful during this period. Chapter 17, P2W17, Assistant. 2 weeks later, the reinforcements from Konoha arrived, bringing stability to the border situation. Only a few small nations' ninjas were attempting to provoke conflicts between the major powers by hiring rogue shinobi. In a hidden spot within the jungle, there was a dark underground cave where muffled screams could be heard. However, the barriers surrounding it prevented any sound from escaping. Above ground, the area was filled with lush trees, dense forests, and patches of grass. Birds chirped joyfully, creating a lively atmosphere. But beneath the surface, a horrifying human research facility lurked. The barriers isolated the air inside, creating an unnerving silence without leaving any traces. "Hehe, Yoru-kun, I didn't expect you to be so skilled in medical ninjutsu," Orochimaru said with a hoarse smile. Uchiha Yoru, who had just removed his medical gloves, wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied with a tired smile, "Our clan elder once said that a ninja should never reveal their trump card. But in order to gain Orochimaru-sensei's trust, it was necessary." As Orochimaru looked at Yoru's young face, he couldn't help but reveal his trademark smile, his tongue involuntarily licking his lips. "Yoru-kun has been on the front lines for 3 months now. It's truly remarkable for a 15-year-old to master a rank medical ninjutsu like the mystical palm technique." Upon hearing this, Yoru paused for a moment, then smiled and nodded. Yes, the night of the Nine Tails attack was the protagonist's birthday, and Naruto's birthday was on October 10th. 3 months had passed since then, making him another year older, 15 years old. Orochimaru nodded with satisfaction, his smile widening. The Uchiha clan's chosen disciple was indeed to his liking, and he already had a good idea. In Orochimaru's understanding, it was clear that the Uchiha clan had approached him to gain favor. Naturally, they needed medical ninjas for their human experimentation, and there were not many medical ninjas capable of mastering the mystical palm technique, especially within the combat-oriented Uchiha clan. They started by presenting the bait of a wood-release ninja, then provided financial assistance according to Orochimaru's preferences. Finally, they offered the services of an assistant for free. One had to admit that the Uchiha clan had shown their sincerity. However, Orochimaru was unaware that all of this was a masterstroke orchestrated by his disciple. Leveraging his advantage of foresight, Yoru naturally wanted to make the most of it. Orochimaru would undoubtedly assume that the Uchiha clan had sacrificed something to get closer to him and had learned some secrets, such as Orochimaru's ongoing research for Konoha, which had been hindered by the Nine Tails incident and the disruption of funding. Naturally, the Uchiha clan had to invest to establish a relationship, discreetly handling matters until Orochimaru took over as Hokage, and then gradually smoothing out the relationship. If they were to learn about it now, wouldn't someone with ulterior motives exploit it? Especially Danzo. With both sides approaching the situation cautiously, neither would raise this foolish question again. After all, their intention to cooperate had already been established. The Uchiha needed Orochimaru's trust as the future Hokage, and Orochimaru needed the funding. It was a perfect match. Orochimaru-sensei, it seems we're running short on test subjects. Yoru rubbed his temples wearily. This human experimentation required talent. Despite his accumulated experience in medical ninjutsu through diligent practice, he could only be an obedient assistant. After all, talent played a crucial role in this field. What can I do? Even though I understand what needs to be done, if I were to work on my own, it would be far from adequate, Orochimaru said, observing the bodies contained in various containers and the strange snake-like creatures in the laboratory, a satisfied smile on his face. Hehe, this time we'll need your Uchiha elite team to handle the test subjects, Orochimaru said with a raspy laugh. We need 100 male children, as long as they're not older than 5 years old, preferably descendants of ninjas. Hearing this, Yoru's expression turned shocked as he looked at Orochimaru. Suddenly, he seemed to have realized something. Orochimaru, on the other hand, smiled and nodded, saying, just as you suspected. Uchiha's information is indeed valuable. There is a wood-release ninja currently en route. This will prove that our experiments are heading in the right direction, which is why I need more test subjects. Yoru furrowed his brows slightly, then nodded. Sensei, it will be troublesome to obtain test subjects this time. After all, they are children of ninjas. It will take some time. Orochimaru, lenient towards valuable individuals, didn't rush him, and instead gave a hoarse smile. After all, conversations between intelligent people were conducted with an understanding of how to proceed. No one would intentionally delay the process. Oh, by the way, Yoru, it seems your clan head has brought his eldest son to the front lines this time, along with your Uchiha elite team. Orochimaru's raspy smile shifted towards Yoru, who responded with a troubled smile and shrugged. Can't help it. The clan head's eldest son is a prodigy and naturally wants to become Orochimaru-sensei's disciple. At that moment, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and smiled, but didn't say anything. Yoru naturally understood and nodded with a smile. Don't worry, Orochimaru-sensei, I'll go back now and make sure no one disturbs you. Currently, Orochimaru was not yet obsessed with the Sharingan. He didn't want to be a babysitter. After all, he was pursuing immortality, and the recognition he had obtained was due to his own efforts. First, he approached Orochimaru with the clue of the wood-release ninja, then established financial support, and finally revealed his hidden medical ninjutsu abilities to become Orochimaru's assistant. As Orochimaru analyzed the data report provided to him, he shook his head in disappointment and sighed. It seems that minimizing the side effects of fusing animals with humans is still not possible. This laboratory was focused on the study of combining animals and humans. After being thoroughly disappointed, Orochimaru abandoned this line of research and shifted to other areas. However, the ultimate goal remained the same: extending lifespan. Chapter 18, P2W18, Calculation. Konoha border. Uchiha Yoru returned to the village and met with the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku. This time, Fugaku brought his eldest son along to gain experience in the war, accompanied by a group of elite clan members. Inside the dimly lit tent, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Yoru sat facing each other in a formal position. The customs and hierarchy were deeply ingrained in their minds. The protocols were strictly followed, especially among the noble families, leaving no room for error. The formal position required kneeling on the floor with both knees, resting the buttocks on the heels, and extending the feet flat on the ground. Hands were placed on the knees or thighs, back kept straight. Men slightly spread their knees, while women kept their knees together. In simpler terms, it was called Seiza. Clan leader, Yoru spoke up. In the dim candlelight, Yoru intentionally appeared exhausted, trying to convey a sense of mental strain. Observing this, Fugaku frowned and asked in a deep voice, "Yoru, any progress?" Over the past 3 months, the Uchiha clan had invested significant resources. Although the situation seemed favorable, especially with Orochimaru accepting Yoru as his student, which indicated a certain direction, there hadn't been any recent developments. Fugaku was curious about the thoughts of the future Hokage. Noticing Fugaku's serious expression, Yoru hesitated for a moment before sighing deeply. Orochimaru-sensei is publicly the overall commander on the front lines, but secretly, he is conducting human experimentation research in secrecy. This is an almost top-secret mission, and furthermore. Seeing Yoru's hesitation, Fugaku reassured him, "Don't worry, the clan has no intention of interfering in the village's secret mission. You are aware of this, and currently, only a few elders, you, me, and a select few others in the clan are privy to this information. It remains a secret within the clan." This was the truth. The current focus of the Uchiha clan was not on secret missions but on regaining their power in Konoha. Observing Fugaku's expression, Yoru hesitated before continuing, "Clan leader, according to the clues provided by Orochimaru-sensei, it seems that high-ranking officials in the village, especially ANBU root leader Danzo and the third Hokage, are extremely wary of the Uchiha clan. Orochimaru-sensei mentioned that due to their fear of another Nine Tails incident, the third Hokage is publicly trying to appease the situation, while Danzo secretly suspects and marginalizes the Uchiha clan. They are even planning to secretly restart the Wood Release Ninja program to prevent the Sharingan from controlling the Nine Tails again." "What?" Fugaku's face displayed shock and a trace of anger. "They still don't trust the Uchiha clan. Even at a time like this, they are planning to guard against us. The Wood Release program specifically aimed to counter the Uchiha clan, as it was widely known that the Sharingan and Wood Release were the most effective against tailed beasts. Although the Sharingan was powerful, it had always been limited by Wood Release." Fugaku's anger prompted Yoru to speak coldly, "Those who prefer to work in the shadows are always like this." Many clans in Konoha were close to Orochimaru, especially the Hyuga and Uchiha clans. Orochimaru came from a commoner background, and his supporters had accumulated over the years. However, after the fourth Hokage's failed election less than a year ago, many clans that were once close to Orochimaru gradually distanced themselves. No one expected such a turn of events, nor did they anticipate the fourth Hokage's short-lived reign. "By the way, I brought the clan's elite members this time and plan to return in a few days. I've entrusted you and Shisui to properly guide Itachi." "Yes, clan leader, rest assured," Yoru replied, earnestly patting his chest. His eyes brimmed with determination. This time, Yoru's sincerity wasn't a deception. He genuinely meant it. How old was Itachi now? 5 years old? No. Last year, during the Nine Tails incident, Itachi turned 5. He's 6 now. Yoru distinctly remembered that in the original story, Itachi witnessed the brutality of the battlefield at the age of 4, experienced the Nine Tails incident at 5, and entered the ninja academy at 6. Itachi was still too young to attend the academy, so naturally, he hadn't developed a passionate allegiance to the will of fire. At this stage, he was likely confused. It was a good opportunity to guide him properly and steer him towards the right values. Witnessing Yoru's dedication to the clan, Fugaku couldn't help but display a touched expression. "Yoru, rest assured, the clan will treat you fairly. If this mission succeeds, it will be beneficial for both of us. Even if it fails, we still have you." As a father and a clan leader, Fugaku still held hope that his eldest son would join the ranks of the future Hokage. Even if the mission didn't succeed, Yoru would still have the opportunity to form connections with future elite members of the clan, such as himself and Shisui. Yoru murmured to himself not to underestimate anyone. The clan leader's calculations were indeed astute. Regardless of the outcome, he wouldn't be at a loss. Chapter 19, P2W19, Correcting Itachi's Ideas. In the small town on the outskirts of Konoha border. Under the cover of night, inside a simple house, 3 ordinary warriors dozed off amidst the haze. With a creak, the wooden door pushed open, revealing 2 adults and a child. The leaders, in particular, had bloodshot eyes, and the shorter one had clearly visible 3-comma-shaped tomo, while the taller one, seemingly a leader of sorts, had 1 tomo. It was an unusual phenomenon. Normally, the leader would be the strongest, but this time it was different. Uchiha Shisui, who was always cautious, raised his hand and swiftly threw 3 senbon needles, piercing the necks of the 3 sleeping warriors and sending them into a deep slumber. If anyone was pretending to sleep, they would also be discovered. After completing these actions, Uchiha Shisui carefully surveyed his surroundings, particularly his Sharingan eyes with 3 tomo, fixed on the 8 children who were tied up one by one with grass ropes. Yorinai Aizen, these 3 are the Yam mercenary group members. According to the intelligence, these 8 children were collected by them to be sold in the Land of Iron, Shisui reported to Yoru. Listening to Shisui's report, Uchiha Yoru nodded lightly, while Uchiha Itachi, who accompanied them, looked bewildered and uncertain. At 6 years old, Uchiha Itachi hadn't attended the Ninja Academy yet. Although he had witnessed the brutality of war at the age of 4, he was even more confused now. As Uchiha Itachi looked at the scene before him, especially the children tied up like livestock with grass ropes, his hesitation grew. Seeing this, Shisui couldn't help but sigh and lower his head, saying in a solemn tone, "They were all abducted from the civilian population or found as orphans. They all have a special characteristic, they possess a body with chakra, which makes them highly sought after by various powers. Besides the 5 great nations, there are some powerful countries that need to purchase children from the civilian population to maintain the number of ninja. Those who can gather chakra are always a minority, especially in war-torn small countries. They naturally need to find fresh blood to join their ranks, and children are the best candidates." After hearing Shisui's explanation, Uchiha Yoru sneered and said, "Shisui, it's not just the 5 great nations, you should say that the 5 great nations have the greatest demand." With the danger resolved, Uchiha Yoru squatted in front of the fire and roasted the dry rations prepared by the 3 warriors. Meanwhile, Shisui shook his head helplessly after hearing this, walked over to Itachi, and gently stroked Itachi's young head, sighing, "Itachi, this world is cruel." However, when Uchiha Itachi, who had completed everything, saw this group of children, his eyes quickly shifted. He immediately started forming hand seals in front of Itachi: boar, dog, rooster, monkey, sheep. Summoning jutsu. In an instant, a puff of white smoke appeared, revealing a brown snake. Uchiha Yoru, looking down with the snake as his messenger, pointed to the children in the distance and hoarsely said, "The children are over there. Remember to take these 8 children to Orochimaru-sensei." Seeing the greedy look in the snake's eyes, Uchiha Yoru coldly snorted and exuded a killing intent as he said, "If you dare to take even one bite, I will roast and eat you." You know the consequences. Under the threatening tone filled with killing intent, the large snake shrank its head in fear and reluctantly slithered towards the group of children. Itaki, witnessing this scene, couldn't believe his eyes. He finally asked the biggest question in his mind. Shisui Naizen, why is this mission about finding children who have chakra? Itaki was still full of confusion, especially as a child filled with uncertainty about the future. It was because of this confusion that, at such a young age, he went to the Ninja Academy, where he was indoctrinated by the so-called Will of Fire, filling the void in his mind. Uchiha Yoru, naturally seeing Itaki's confusion, understood it deeply. It was clear that as the eldest son of the Uchiha clan leader, when was he brainwashed into the ideals of Konoha? Only at the Ninja Academy, after all, as Itaki's identity, he could not be easily approached by outsiders, let alone be influenced. I have to say, in this regard, Uchiha was too careless, or perhaps the tactics of the Hokage series were too advanced, making it a case of the pot calling the kettle black. The Uchiha clan was too preoccupied with watching over the other Uchiha children, while the clan head, Fugaku, let his guard down, resulting in a negligent oversight of Uchiha Itaki. No one would have expected that the clan head's eldest son would actually turn against them. After analyzing it in his mind repeatedly, Uchiha Yoru immediately decided that he must leave a deep impression on this naive child at this opportune moment. He absolutely couldn't let Itaki become a pawn like in the original story. Uchiha Yoru gazed at the bonfire, and inside the house, only the snake remained with his greedy mouth wide open, slowly swallowing the few children, creating a sickening sound. Shisu, Itaki is not an ordinary child. He was brought to the battlefield by the clan head when he was only 4 years old, experiencing the brutality of war. He is truly a genius of the Uchiha. After a series of praises, it was also to help the young Uchiha Itaki relax, considering that despite his early maturity, he was still just a 6-year-old child at heart. Sure enough, Itaki's furrowed brows relaxed. Uchiha Yoru smirked at this. The future of these children has already been determined. Either they become tools for other forces or they perish on this path. Don't think that the so-called neutral land of iron is great, and don't expect the 5 great shinobi villages to be all sunshine. Reality is cruel and indifferent like this. Yoru Naizen. At this moment, Shisu's worried expression spoke up, seemingly suggesting that talking about these things with young Itaki might be too early. However, upon witnessing this scene, Uchiha Itaki fiercely glared at Shisu, feeling frustrated. It's because of your existence that if you were concerned about the child's young age, why let him experience the battlefield at a young age? After personally experiencing the brutality of war, why didn't you teach this child the right values? Teaching someone halfway is to be blamed for him becoming a pawn. In the original story, the young Uchiha Itaki even contemplated suicide. It is evident that experiencing war at such a young age without developing his own life philosophy and values resulted in a part of Itaki's soul being lost, which the Hokage series exploited. One can only say 2 words, deserve it. The future of these children was always cruel. But if we don't show cruelty to other nations, that cruelty will fall on the heads of Konohagakure, the village hidden in the leaves. Looking at Itaki's puzzled gaze, Uchiha Yoru revealed a smile. Your calm expression truly befits a little adult who has been on the battlefield and is also worthy of being the clan head's eldest son. After another round of praise, Uchiha Yoru changed the topic and looked at Uchiha Shisui, shaking his head. After we return this time, make sure to tell Itaki about the customs and traditions of each country. If he wants to enjoy certain things, then naturally, he must also make certain sacrifices. As the eldest son of the Uchiha clan head, when you enjoy all these honors, you also have to bear some important responsibilities. Chapter 20, P2W20, Black and White. The fire crackled and popped, while on the other side, the giant snake had swallowed all 8 children, making its already thick body even thicker. It looked somewhat comical with its segmented appearance. After a puff of smoke, the snake disappeared, and thankfully, nothing unexpected happened. By the way, Itaki, you're 6 years old now. Isn't it time for you to go to the ninja school? Uchiha Yoru asked casually. Uchiha Itaki, brought up in a family with strict teachings, was only 6 years old but still quite polite. Although he had countless doubts in his mind, he nodded politely and replied, "Because of the family's special training last year, I will be attending the ninja school in the village this year, but classes won't start until March." After answering, Itaka hesitated. He had many questions in his mind and felt that his older brother, Shisui, treated him like a child. So he turned his gaze to the clan member sitting in front of him, a person highly regarded even by his father. Why were those children chosen for this mission? Itaka finally asked the question that had been weighing on his mind. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yoru smiled self-deprecatingly. "What do you think? If we don't use children from other villages, they would naturally take children from the Land of Fire or even Konoha. Given the choice between our own people and outsiders, what would you choose?" This question caught Itaki off guard, and after a moment of hesitation, he softly replied, "Naturally, we should protect our own people." "Haha, that's right. In order to prevent some people within the village from turning against our own, we must take action against outsiders." When Shisui seemed to want to say something to dissuade them, Uchiha Yoru's face grew serious, and he said in a deep voice, "Shisui, Itaki is the eldest son of the clan leader. He bears the honor of the Uchiha clan. After enjoying the privileges and material benefits that come with being the clan leader's son since his birth, he is different from other children. He has carried the burden of the clan from the moment he was born." "Hehe, Shisui, don't talk as if he's just a child. Kakashi Hatake graduated as a genin at the age of 5 and became a chunin at 6. A chunin is already leading a team into battle. Do you think the Uchiha clan is inferior to the Hatake clan?" Shisui let out a bitter smile, shaking his head and sighing, "Yorinai-Aizen, that's not what I meant." Seeing Shisui still trying to defend Itaki, Uchiha Yoru laughed internally. He should have taught these two earlier. One might end up running away and committing suicide, while the other might become an incompetent fool. At that time, there would be no chance for regret. It's because Itaki is going back to ninja school that there are some things he can't learn there. That's why we need to teach him in advance. Uchiha Yoru gestured for Itaki to sit by the fire, and Itaki respectfully knelt down beside him. Shisui, on the other hand, sat down with a wary expression. As Uchiha Yoru looked into Itaki's innocent and confused eyes, he let out a sarcastic laugh. "Itaki, you are fortunate. As the son of the clan leader, you received something that countless people can't achieve in their entire lives. But at the same time, you have to bear the responsibility of protecting the clan. There are some classified missions that cannot be revealed, but as the son of the clan leader, there are dark aspects you will have to face. Therefore, let me tell you, wherever there is light in this world, there is darkness. Sometimes, darkness exists even beneath the light itself." Seeing Itaki's slightly puzzled expression, Uchiha Yoru nodded, undeterred. He needed to take it slow and not rush things. The Nine Tails incident had just passed, and Shisui was not the hopeless Shisui who couldn't see any hope. And Itaki was still just a little kid. If he didn't bring these two back on the right track now, it would be like hitting his head against a tofu. Many people who transmigrated into the Uchiha clan worked hard to change the night of the massacre through intense training and relying on their extraordinary strength. But the best way would be to turn these two into his allies as soon as possible. Human experimentation, which is strictly forbidden in the ninja world, has always been happening. Not only in Konoha but also in other major countries and some smaller ninja villages. It's not that the smaller villages don't want to do it, but they don't have the means. Itaki couldn't help but show surprise when he heard the term human experimentation. And Uchiha Yoru, for the first time, saw Itaki's reaction. Meanwhile, Itaki secretly recalled the 8 children from earlier. Could it be that the clan had been conducting human experiments all this time? Uchiha Yoru naturally didn't know what Itachi was thinking, but that was fine. Right now, he needed to stain Itachi's perception of the Hokage, a clean sheet of paper that couldn't be erased. The village has been secretly conducting human experiments, and now you know. After the Nine Tails incident, the clan has been isolated. To seek external support, they had to place their bets on Orochimaru sensei. When Yoru mentioned Orochimaru, he couldn't help but reveal a look of excitement and admiration. His face showed a determined expression. Itachi, you're still young and can't fully grasp the clan's predicament. But let me tell you, Orochimaru sensei will undoubtedly become the 5th Hokage very soon. Then the clan will return to the center of power in Konoha and regain the trust of the entire village. Uchiha Yoru became a fanatic, placing his hopes for the future on the future 5th Hokage. The most effective way to tarnish someone's image is not to directly criticize them, but to praise someone else. By establishing a new banner, it indirectly exposes the ugliness of the other person. Seeing Uchiha Yoru defend Orochimaru in this manner, Shisui's expression also became resolute. He solemnly nodded and said, "Yorinai Aizen, don't worry. When Orochimaru-sama becomes the 5th Hokage, the clan will definitely return to Konoha." He firmly believed in this. Shisui internally shouted with conviction. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi, who had never met the future 5th Hokage, Orochimaru, before, envisioned a glorious image of him in his mind. Since the clan's hopes were now placed on the future 5th Hokage, and everyone in the clan, including his family and Shisui, believed in it, then it must be true. With a newfound determination in Uchiha Itachi's young eyes, even though he couldn't understand much yet and couldn't fully comprehend everything, he knew that the Hokage in his perception was a great person. Since Orochimaru was the future 5th Hokage, he must be a great Hokage. Seeing Itachi's determined gaze, Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but inwardly chuckle. Don't get brainwashed, you are the one capable of outshining Orochimaru, the one who is the bane of snakes. Don't become a loyal follower of Orochimaru in the future. Uchiha Yoru wasn't a master of manipulation, but he knew that the Uchiha needed hope. Orochimaru, the future 5th Hokage, was that hope. Before that hope crumbled, he wanted to magnify the positive aspects of the future Hokage in the eyes of Itachi and Shisui. After all, who could dare to criticize the Hokage's goodness? And at the same time, he would use the shining image of Orochimaru to strike down the remnants of the old era. Wasn't it a bit excessive? Well, excessive or not, there were still precious gems ahead, the future Hokage. This Hokage was hope, but what would happen when that hope crumbled? As Uchiha Yoru thought about this, a smile formed on his face. He didn't know what would happen, but one thing was certain: the pristine and noble image of the Hokage was already tainted. He wanted to see how Konoha would try to brainwash the Uchiha clan's little urchins by then. Chapter 21, P2W21, Yoru's Hehe Moments. Half a month later, the elite Uchiha squad that had carried out the mission in secret returned one by one. However, this time, there was something unsettling about their expressions. After all, it was beneath them, with their prestigious background, to be assigned a mission like finding children with chakra. Furthermore, the mission was classified, and everyone felt aggrieved. Fortunately, they didn't need to find many children, and they were quickly gathered and handed over to Shisui, the commander in public. "Shisui, we have enough numbers. Let the clan's ninja return to the camp and rest." Upon seeing the completion of the mission, Uchiha Yoru inwardly sighed. He had no choice but to involve the entire Uchiha in this. Otherwise, when Orochimaru betrayed them, Yoru would have been the only one left. Would they protect him for the sake of one person? It was hard to say. But this time, so many elite Uchiha were implicated. Konoha wouldn't arrest all of them based on mere suspicions. After all, the numbers were significant, and they were all elite members. The Uchiha clan wouldn't agree to it. Well, they had already accumulated many debts, so it didn't matter. They could do as they pleased. Yorinai Aizen, I'll head back to the camp first. After completing the mission, Shisui felt a sense of relief, as if a burden had been lifted. He bid farewell to Uchiha Yoru, knowing all too well the fate that awaited those children. Human experimentation. Just the thought of it sent chills down his spine. Before parting ways, Uchiha Itachi, with a puzzled look on his face, seemed to notice something different up ahead. He turned his gaze towards Shisui and Yoru, his eyes filled with curiosity. Yorinai Aizen, I'll take Itachi back to the clan head. Go ahead, Uchiha Yoru casually smiled and waved his hand. But when he saw a certain emotion in Itachi's eyes, he smiled inwardly. The seeds had been planted. He didn't believe that Itachi, the one who had exposed the ugliness of Konoha, would be easily brainwashed. Moreover, he never spoke about how Konoha exploited them. Instead, he encouraged them to believe in Konoha and have faith in the future fifth Hokage, Orochimaru. He portrayed the ugly and sinful aspects as the corruption of a few individuals. Uchiha Yoru. An angry voice rang out, and Uchiha Yoru turned his head to see Mitarashi Anko, her angry gaze fixed on him. Meanwhile, Shisui, who witnessed the scene, nervously shrank his neck, hoping he wouldn't be caught. He quickly led Itachi away from there. Shisui Aizen, what was that? Young and naive Uchiha Itachi couldn't understand the situation, but Shisui felt uneasy, knowing the whole truth. After all, Uchiha Yoru had approached Anko for the sake of their clan. If it were exposed, he would feel deeply ashamed. At the moment, all he wanted to do was escape. Itachi, let's go back. Shisui briefly fooled Itachi and led him in the direction of the clan's camp. But the young Itachi was frowning, contemplating the situation he had just witnessed. It seemed like something was off about the clan. On the other side of the scene, Uchiha Yoru turned around and saw Mitarashi Anko, who had been caught. He immediately put on a gentle and innocent smile. Oh, it's you, Anko. What's the matter? Seeing Uchiha Yoru's face, Anko couldn't help but seethe with anger. Where's the 200,000? What happened to our agreement? At that moment, Uchiha Yoru's face lit up with realization. Oh, I see. I thought something was wrong with you, Anko. Come on, let's go back and talk. Internally, Uchiha Yoru was actually lamenting. How could he come up with a way to fool her for the 200,000? He couldn't let go of the money he had received. Absolutely not. With a seemingly casual and relaxed smile on his face, Uchiha Yoru led Anko to a forested area behind the camp. He jokingly said, by the way, I almost forgot. Orochimaru-sensei asked me to check if your training has been delayed. What? Upon hearing that Orochimaru-sensei wanted to check on her training, Mitarashi Anko's expression instantly turned excited. The debt of 200,000 was forgotten in that instant. It's impossible. I've been working hard on my training. I've mastered both the Hidden Shadow Snake Hands and the Hidden Shadow Multiple Snakes, Anko boasted. The Hidden Shadow Snake Hands, a signature ninjutsu of Orochimaru, required a contract with snake summons to be performed. The Hidden Shadow Snake Hands were a C-rank ninjutsu, while the Hidden Shadow Multiple Snakes were a B-rank ninjutsu. They were versatile techniques used for stealthy attacks and controlling multiple targets. At this moment, Anko wore a proud expression on her face, still basking in the glory of being one of the three Sunin, Orochimaru's disciple. She was not the same Anko who would go through everything in the future. Seeing Anko's self-satisfied smile, Uchiha Yoru chuckled and raised his hand. Instantly, from the white and clean sleeve of his robe, 9 serpents of dark green and black colors slithered out, each one opening its bloody mouth and launching its fangs and claws at Anko, eliciting a cry of surprise from her. Hidden Shadow Multiple Snakes. It must be said that Anko had no chance as a Chunin. In a rushed response to the ambush, she leaped backward while swiftly forming hand seals, unleashing the same technique. Instantly, 5 snakes sprouted from Anko's arms, but in terms of quantity, she was completely defeated. The size of her snakes also fell short compared to Uchiha Yoru's. Under the clash of their hidden shadow multiple snakes, Uchiha Yoru's technique took the upper hand. 5 of his snakes constricted and squeezed Anko's snakes, while the remaining 5 swiftly coiled around her delicate body, catching her off guard. Damn it! Yoru, you launched a sneak attack. If you're brave enough, do it again. Anko, filled with indignation, glared at Yoru, her face reflecting a sense of frustration. However, she was unaware of the prominent bulges that had formed due to the tight constriction around her young body. Uchiha Yoru widened his eyes, fixed on the unexpected growth, causing him to exclaim in surprise. No wonder the original work praised Anko with such a title. Before Hinata grew up, Anko had the title of being the second Tsunade of Konoha. It seemed that she had never been given an inappropriate nickname. Anko naturally didn't miss the look in Yoru's eyes. Following his gaze, she saw the prominent bulges that emphasized her own body. This immediately caused a mix of embarrassment and anger to rise on her face. Uchiha Yoru! Where are you looking? Sorry. I didn't want this to happen either, but who asked you to be so full of nutrients? Laughing, Uchiha Yoru looked at the bound Anko, while she grumbled in dissatisfaction. However, her gaze soon shifted, and Uchiha Yoru noticed the complex expression in her beautiful eyes. Are all the Uchiha clan members who awaken the Sharingan truly geniuses? Why did you become more proficient in this technique that you learned later than me? The legend of the Sharingan as a sign of genius was well known not only in Konoha but throughout the entire ninja world. It was an undisputed fact that once a bloodline user awakened their Kekkei Genkai, they would become exceptional. As he observed Anko's resolute expression, her face brimming with a sense of not admitting defeat and unwavering determination in her eyes, a smile naturally formed on Yoru's lips. Chapter 22, P2W22, Ninja Build. In the forest behind the border of Konoha. Anko, let's focus on this ninjutsu. The hand seals for the Shadow Snake Hands technique are Tiger Rat Snake Rat Tiger. However, each person's physique is different, and the way chakra is activated varies. There are also differences between male and female bodies. Uchiha Yoru opened his Sharingan and looked directly at Anko. With one hand, he gently touched her abdomen while explaining. Knowing the hand seals alone is not enough to activate ninjutsu. Otherwise, with a ninja's memory, it would be easy to remember an opponent's hand seals. The hand seals correspond to the chakra meridians in the body that can be activated. They are used to manipulate the flow of chakra in the meridians. Chakra flows through the meridians and reaches the right position before the ninjutsu is unleashed. The number of chakra meridians activated by each hand seal determines the level, difficulty, and power of the ninjutsu. Every ninjutsu is different. Some require the activation of 3 chakra meridians, while others require 8. So, even with the same hand seal, the effects can vary greatly. Anko, your physique is different from mine and the teacher's. That's why I learn faster. Uchiha Yoru, now acting like a teacher, smiled and explained, and Anko understood. Due to the differences in male and female bodies and the strength of their meridians, when Uchiha Yoru activates the 3 chakra meridians associated with a hand seal, he can achieve 80% of the ninjutsu's power. But for Anko, with her female physique, it can only reach 60%. Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but sigh. No wonder Kakashi was known as the copy ninja in his previous life. In the original story, Kakashi's Sharingan could perceive chakra when it was fully developed. The Sharingan could perceive the flow of chakra in the meridians and, combined with exceptional observational skills and visual acuity, allowed Kakashi to copy ninjutsu. But more advanced ninjutsu was a different story. For example, the Chidori that Yoru had learned required the activation of deeper chakra meridians in the body, which the Sharingan couldn't see and therefore couldn't copy. Even if you become stronger than me, remember to call me senpai. Anko was clearly upset. It had only been 3 months, and the other person's understanding of ninjutsu had surpassed hers. She also noticed the significant increase in his strength since awakening his Sharingan. The real Uchiha had finally emerged. Seeing Anko's discontent, Uchiha Yoru immediately smiled and shook his head. "Anko, have you thought about your future development?" Looking at Anko's puzzled expression, he knew she was probably blindly following in Orochimaru's footsteps. He gently shook his head. Jiraiya and Orochimaru are both ninjutsu-type shinobi, but with different focuses. Lady Tsunade excels in medical ninjutsu and close combat taijutsu. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, is known for his space-time ninjutsu, but he is also a speed type. Hitaki Kakashi falls into this category as well, but leans more towards close combat. After explaining a lot, Uchiha Yoru, determined to pay off his 200,000 debt, looked concerned for Anko. "For example, I've already found my path. With the Sharingan, I will focus on developing as a ninjutsu and taijutsu hybrid." Uchiha Yoru wasn't lying. Although he had a hidden agenda, he couldn't deny Anko's genuine enthusiasm. He internally sighed, wishing he had enough resources to become an all-around ninja. But for now, he had to choose the most effective path. Exchanging ninjutsu within the system required gold, and everything else required money. To save resources, he had to follow a path with deep development potential that was also cost-effective. He already had the Uchiha clan's fire release ninjutsu and had acquired the A-rank Chidori for lightning release. He planned to obtain a defensive ninjutsu as well. As for ninjutsu, he no longer planned to exchange for anything else. He just needed one more jutsu to enhance his physical abilities, such as Raikage lightning release chakra mode. A versatile technique that could be trained until old age, a valuable skill that would also save money. While Uchiha Yoru planned his future and cost-saving path, Anko furrowed her brow, contemplating her own future path. Lost in thought, Anko suddenly felt a large hand on her abdomen. Her earlobes turned red instantly, but she became angry and asked, "Is it better to touch mine or touch you? They each have their own merits." Uchiha Yoru instinctively spoke his mind, revealing a look of indignation as he saw the rage in Anko's eyes. He immediately showed a righteous and angry expression. "Anko, what are you thinking? I'm trying to better sense the flow of chakra in your body. Your thoughts are abnormal." Although he took advantage of her, he now appeared righteous and accused her, further irritating Anko. She clenched her teeth and showed a pair of small tiger teeth as she said, "Fine. Then tell me, which path should I take in the future?" In the later stages of a ninja's training, they couldn't develop in all aspects, or they would end up being mediocre. Even ordinary geniuses needed to find a main path for their development. Seeing Anko gritting her teeth and asking, Uchiha Yoru narrowed his eyes and recalled the original story. Anko graduated as a genin at the age of 10, became a chunin at 12, and later became a special jonin. This indicated that she was once a remarkable talent but eventually became average. But Uchiha Yoru knew Anko's talent. Why else would Orochimaru, with his character, accept an ordinary disciple? It could be deduced that after Orochimaru's defection, Anko was left without guidance. Coupled with the aftermath of the incident and the psychological impact, the once shining genius became a special jonin in the end. "Anko, can you tell me why Orochimaru-sensei accepted you as his disciple?" Uchiha Yoru casually asked, and Anko was stunned. After furrowing her brow and contemplating for a moment, she whispered, "Orochimaru-sensei once said that I have more chakra than people of the same age, and my control over chakra is also good." To receive praise from Orochimaru for having more chakra and good control was a sign of absolute talent. Thinking about this and looking at Anko's youthful face, Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but smile. Although he had a slight hidden agenda, he couldn't deny that Anko was a passionate girl. "Well, there you have it. Why are you still confused? Orochimaru-sensei and Jiraiya-sensei are both ninjutsu-type shinobi. What are you still uncertain about?" Focus on ninjutsu as your main training and supplement it with taijutsu. Uchiha Yoru casually said with a smile, and Anko seemed to awaken as she listened, showing a look of realization. Chapter 23, P2W23, Future Build. Hey, which path do you think I should focus on when it comes to ninjutsu? At that moment, Anko seemed to have found a way to explore, chattering excitedly and constantly moving around. Especially her developing figure, swaying back and forth, making Uchiha Yoru feel a bit overwhelmed. Is that even a question? You naturally follow his path and learn all the snake-style ninjutsu first since Orochimaru-sensei is here. Uchiha Yoru spoke firmly. Orochimaru didn't have much time left before he betrayed the village, so it was crucial to learn as much ninjutsu as possible now. There might not be another chance in the future. Oh, Anko, ninjutsu shouldn't be too one-dimensional. You have fire attributes in your chakra, right? The C-rank dragon fire technique would be perfect for you. It has a wide attack range and complements your snake-style ninjutsu. Uchiha Yoru said this with a look of concern. After all, Anko's talents shouldn't be limited to a single type of ninjutsu. However, feeling a bit embarrassed, Anko smiled and said, "Since you're so concerned, I'll waive the 200,000 repayment." When Yoru heard that he didn't have to repay the money, he couldn't contain his excitement. Forget about love. Right now, all he wanted was to make money, and more money. However, just as he finished speaking, Anko furrowed her brow and looked down at her stomach, remembering the previous incident. Anger surged on her youthful face, emanating an air of innocence. Uchiha Yoru. Impossible. You have to repay the money. Not a single penny less than the 200,000. Anko's eyes widened in anger, and Yoru couldn't understand why. Anko, what's wrong? Weren't you fine just now? Yoru looked at Anko with a puzzled expression. Seeing her angry reaction, he couldn't help but wonder. How could someone from the Uchiha clan act this way? But as Anko realized Yoru's reaction, she snorted coldly. Deep down, she began to doubt her earlier assumptions. Who didn't know that Yoru had a greedy nature, completely unlike Jiraiya's lecherousness? However, apologizing wasn't her style. Anko coldly hummed and said with a gloomy expression, "It's been a while since Orochimaru-sensei last trained me." Yoru, who was hoping to change the topic, shook his head and sighed. "Anko, Orochimaru-sensei has been assigned secret missions in dangerous territories for the village. There are things you need to understand." Now, he had to create a persona and establish a reasonable image for Orochimaru. Orochimaru had been entrusted with secret missions on the front lines, and he needed to maintain an elusive presence. But there was another purpose. Just thinking about it made Yoru smirk. He was going to drag the entire border ninja into the mess. Orochimaru's defection was inevitable, but it couldn't be as embarrassing as in the original story, where he fled Konoha and gained a notorious reputation. He was Orochimaru's disciple, and he couldn't just watch his teacher go down in such a disgraceful manner. As a disciple, he had to do something, at least to create controversy when his teacher escaped. That way, he could weaken the village and instill fear in its people. In short, if the village was uncomfortable, the Uchiha clan would prosper. With this thought, Yoru smiled. He was doing this for his clan and the village, he definitely wouldn't admit it was for his own selfishness. No, absolutely not. All right, Anko, let me examine your body for any hidden injuries. If you leave behind hidden injuries, it could affect your future development. Yoru genuinely meant it at this moment. However, when he reached out with his demonic hand, Anko widened her eyes. What are you doing, Uchiha Yoru? Seeing Anko's skeptical gaze once again, Yoru couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration. He really didn't have any other intentions. How could she look down on him like this when she was so young? To prove his innocence, Yoru's outstretched hand suddenly displayed medical ninjutsu. When Anko saw the chakra radiating a green glow from Yoru's hands, she couldn't help but exclaim, A-rank medical ninjutsu, mystical palm jutsu. When did you learn this? No wonder she was taken aback. Medical ninjas might not be powerful in combat, but they were rare resources. Especially those who could master A-rank medical ninjutsu like mystical palm jutsu. During wartime, Konoha had a rule that any medical ninja capable of using mystical palm jutsu could be directly promoted to special genin as an exception. The rarity of medical ninjas, especially advanced ones, was evident. Seeing Anko's shocked expression, Yoru shrugged and sighed, Anko, let's keep some things as secrets, all right? Don't tell anyone. With the distinctive green glow of life force chakra emanating from his hands, Yoru gently placed them on Anko's youthful body. This time, Anko didn't resist but instead cooperated, lying down on the soft grass without hesitation. However, the shock in her eyes couldn't be erased. Anko's black eyes stared directly at Yoru as her mind raced through the situation. Uchiha clan. Awakened Sharingan. Without saying much, the other person had become Orochimaru's student and later his disciple. All these thoughts raced through Anko's mind as she contemplated the situation. Uchiha Yoru was indeed a worthy representative of the Uchiha clan. No wonder her teacher took him as a disciple. Moreover, Yoru's medical ninjutsu was likely his hidden talent. Finally, Anko understood why her teacher had taken him as a disciple. Uchiha's identity, coupled with his talents, was enough. Chapter 24, P2W24, Wandering Miko. In the forest on the outskirts of Konoha, inside an underground research facility. The poison-based abilities are satisfactory. However, the form is extremely unstable and requires further research, calmly stated Uchiha Yoru, his face composed as he observed the massive, hideous white snake in the cultivation tank. He shook his head, reviewing the test results. Particularly disturbing was the fact that the white phosphorus snake had grown a thick mane of black hair. Its appearance was repulsive, and its body continuously shifted within the nutrient solution, with its scales composed of numerous white snakes. The brightly illuminated underground laboratory housed rows of large glass containers, each containing a grotesque and colossal white snake. Hehe, thanks to you, Yoru-kun, we obtained the experimental data much faster, chuckled Orochimaru in his raspy voice. He accepted the report handed to him by Uchiha Yoru, gazing at the snakes in the tanks as if they were works of art, a twisted smile creeping onto his face. Meanwhile, Uchiha Yoru surreptitiously surveyed his surroundings. He deduced that this was the same research facility explored by Kakashi and Yamato during their adolescence, as the projects here perfectly matched the encounters with monstrous snakes depicted in the anime. Noticing something, Orochimaru raised an eyebrow and smiled. And there's also a failed specimen. Given its extreme instability, we should end it here. Listening to Orochimaru's mutterings, Uchiha Yoru, standing beside him, smiled and nodded in agreement. Yes, Orochimaru-sensei, understood. With a smile on his face, Uchiha Yoru narrowed his eyes and performed hand seals. Suddenly, a unique smoke associated with summoning jutsu filled the room. Thick and robust snakes appeared one after another, instinctively slithering toward the cultivation tanks. Using their heads, they shattered the tanks, causing copious amounts of nutrient solution to spill out. The white phosphorus snakes within seemed to be in a deep slumber, but then a horrifying sight unfolded. Witnessing this, Orochimaru's interest grew, and a hoarse laughter escaped his lips. The snakes opened their mouths and began devouring the experimental subjects. Hehe, without you, Yoru-kun, this experiment would have taken at least another 2 months, praised Orochimaru. Uchiha Yoru smiled in response, aware that this was his duty. As Orochimaru continued to laugh, a white snake emerged from his shoulder, slowly slithering in front of him. It opened its mouth and regurgitated a syringe containing a serum. Taking the syringe with a puzzled expression, Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but wonder. Orochimaru, wearing a sinister smile, licked his lips and said, Hehe, consider it a reward from your teacher. This is an extract of the most venomous snake found in the Ryokai cave. Hearing this, Uchiha Yoru smiled. How could he not recognize this substance? In the original story, Orochimaru could immunize himself against countless poisons and even transform his body into that of a white phosphorus snake. It was all thanks to this serum. With this serum, he would be immune to more than 98% of the toxins in the ninja world. Rolling up his sleeve, Uchiha Yoru injected the serum, feeling no immediate effects. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but express his gratitude. Thank you, Orochimaru-sensei. Truly, Orochimaru was the most audacious being, and following him was the right choice. Orochimaru-sensei, should we terminate the research here? Asked Uchiha Yoru, voicing his doubts. After all, the research facility was already vacant, and his task merely involved inspecting it daily and providing detailed reports. Undoubtedly, Orochimaru, with the most research facilities and hideouts in the ninja world, lived up to his reputation. He had already encountered 3 bases in the border area alone, and this particular facility was evidently dedicated to studying the white phosphorus snakes, which would eventually lead to Orochimaru's mastery of the 8-headed serpent technique. Observing the laboratory, Orochimaru revealed an uncommon expression of sentiment. Thanks to the financial support from your Uchiha clan, it seems that some people in the village have become dissatisfied. Taken aback by this revelation, Uchiha Yoru pondered the situation. The plot appeared to be changing. With the Uchiha clan aligning with Orochimaru and the Hyuga clan, discontent toward Orochimaru was growing within the village. Seemingly perceiving Uchiha Yoru's concerns, Orochimaru's smile turned eerie as he licked his tongue and emitted a hoarse laugh. But it's not yet a problem. The border is still in turmoil, and there are some who are unwilling to let me go. In that moment, Uchiha Yoru's mind raced, analyzing the situation. Following the chaos caused by the Nine Tails incident, the border of the Land of Fire remained unstable. Orochimaru was still necessary until stability was restored, but afterward, internal conflicts would arise. Once the village stabilized, the time would come to select the 5th Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the 3rd Hokage, would never allow someone as dominant as Orochimaru to become the 5th Hokage. And what about Danzo? Uchiha Yoru was unsure, but what about the Sarutobi clan? In the original story, the Sarutobi clan possessed remarkable power, even surpassing the Hyuga clan. With so many clan members, how could they passively watch their clan head, Hiruzen Sarutobi, step down from the pinnacle of power again? Orochimaru-sensei, the elder has received information indicating that the root leader is quite unhappy with you. It wouldn't be long before Orochimaru would face betrayal. Uchiha Yoru knew he had to be ready to seize the opportunity when the time came. Seemingly perceiving Uchiha Yoru's confusion, Orochimaru chuckled casually and explained, there are aspects of village affairs that you haven't been exposed to, so naturally, you wouldn't be aware. Root is a department as secretive as the Anbu. It handles certain covered tasks for the village, such as these experiments. Uchiha Yoru's face suddenly brightened as if he had just realized something. However, deep down, he couldn't help but murmur to himself. Orochimaru, even though Danzo is no saint, you're being too blatant in using him for your gain. With all these research facilities, it's obvious that you're leveraging Danzo's support to further your own interests. But everyone acts in their own self-interest. In this respect, both Uchiha Yoru and Orochimaru were similar. Also, Orochimaru-sensei, the elder has received information suggesting that the leader codenamed Wandering Maiko has left the root and now serves as the director of an orphanage named Yakushi Nono, Uchiha Yoru said, conveying this information with a serious expression. He felt no shame in using the elder of the Uchiha clan as a pawn. He had been tirelessly working for the future of the Uchiha clan. Surely, the elder would understand the sacrifices made. Chapter 25, P2W25, Hi. Maximizing profits, Yakushi Nono's intelligence is now being sold to Orochimaru, clearly for maximum gain. This is something that the Uchiha elder should not be informed about. The wandering Miko. Orochimaru was initially startled upon hearing this intelligence, but then a hoarse smile appeared on his face. I didn't expect the Uchiha elder to be so knowledgeable about these things. It seems that the Uchiha are quite familiar with the root. However, Orochimaru misunderstood the situation. He thought that the Uchiha elder, driven by resentment towards the root, was secretly keeping an eye on them, hence the abundance of intelligence. There were signs of goodwill from the Uchiha, such as the wood-release ninja Kino, and now the mention of the wandering Miko. These were the deepest secrets of the root. Who would believe that the Uchiha elder had no knowledge of them? Instead of correcting the misunderstanding, Uchiha Yoru smiled and shook his head, saying, Orochimaru-sensei, the clan head said he will fully support your path to becoming Hokage. This statement held a lot of information. Orochimaru instantly revealed a smile, realizing that the Uchiha clan was not united. The elder had his information network, while the clan head had another. However, this didn't concern Orochimaru much. Yoru-kun, tidy up here. We don't need this place anymore. Let's go to the next base. After turning around, Orochimaru gave a chilling hoarse smile. But Uchiha Yoru remained at ease. As long as he was still useful, he could do as he pleased under Orochimaru. This was perhaps a sign of Orochimaru's magnanimity and personal charm. Meanwhile, in the dimly lit secret room of Konoha's root, Danzo, with bandages covering his eyes, had a terrifyingly gloomy expression as he looked at the two individuals kneeling in front of him. In a voice devoid of emotion, he asked, "Have you not found out yet?" The two root ninjas, kneeling on one knee and wearing masks, replied in unison with no trace of emotion, "We apologize, Danzo-sama. The root has been thoroughly searched 3 times, but we have found no trace of any infiltrators." Danzo's anger surged upon hearing this response. He slammed the table hard and shouted furiously, "No infiltrators? Then how did the information about Kino being a wood-release ninja leak out? Tell me. The deepest secrets of the root, infiltrated and leaked, and you still can't find any leads. You're all useless. A bunch of worthless people." Danzo couldn't believe that Orochimaru had somehow discovered the information about Kino, the wood-release ninja, which he had kept a secret even from Hiruzen Sarutobi. The news from Orochimaru infuriated Danzo, not because of the so-called precious information and flesh and blood samples, or the leaked information about Kino, but because he knew there was a problem within the root, yet he couldn't uncover it. That was the real reason for his anger. Worthless. Danzo cursed angrily, and the two root ninjas lowered their heads in silence. They dared not show any dissatisfaction. They were even fearful themselves, knowing that the root had been infiltrated. It was a terrifying situation. Danzo's anger turned towards his old comrade, the third Hokage. "Is it you, Hiruzen?" he asked with narrowed eyes. He believed that only Hiruzen had the ability and influence to secretly arrange people within the root, making it impossible for him to find any traces. "Danzo-sama, all root ninjas have the Cursed Tongue Eradication Seal technique, making it nearly impossible to leak information," one of his subordinates confidently stated. Danzo sneered in response, "Nearly impossible? There is no perfect ninja technique. Since it's a sealing technique, naturally, it can be undone, and it can also be sealed with another layer." Danzo was convinced that Hiruzen Sarutobi was behind this. After all, only the third Hokage had the ability to seal with the Cursed Tongue Eradication Seal technique, reveal the root's information, and then undo the sealing technique. Danzo felt like he had been played like a monkey. He had been so proud, thinking that the other party was unaware. Now he seethed with anger, his face turning almost green. Through gritted teeth, he said, "Hiruzen. Fine. Fine. You've been playing me like a monkey all these years." He could already imagine that everything about the root was under Hiruzen's watchful eye. Everything he had secretly planned was nothing more than a clown's performance. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage sat exhausted, sucking on his pipe. He frowned as he looked at the intelligence coming in from the border. Fortunately, the shadow of the Third Great Ninja War hasn't dissipated yet, and the smaller nations are trying to provoke the major ones. I hope things can stabilize soon. Hiruzen faced immense pressure as he suddenly had to take on heavy responsibilities. Within the village, the Uchiha clan, known as the #1 noble family in the shinobi world, added to the challenges. The border area was being stirred up by smaller nations, aiming to consume the major ones. Spies from various countries were constantly probing Konoha's defenses. Having just suffered the loss of its youngest and shortest-serving fourth Hokage and a large number of elite shinobi, Konoha faced a troublesome period. As he thought about the situation, Hiruzen couldn't help but look at the pictures of the previous Hokages hanging on the wall. When he saw the last picture with a young, sunny smile, he sighed, "Minato, you've left me with quite a mess." The loss of so many elite shinobi meant many departments were understaffed. The major clans, including his own Sarutobi clan, had to step in and fill the gaps. Additionally, there was unrest within the clan, as some people were reluctant to let go of their desired power. Internal troubles and external threats. This was the current situation in Konoha. An ANBU member entered the office, delivering information on Uchiha Yoru. A stack of intelligence appeared on Hiruzen's desk, causing him to wear a grave expression. In this troubled time, Orochimaru had taken in an Uchiha disciple. What was going on? Muttering to himself, Hiruzen opened Uchiha Yoru's file, which detailed everything from his birth to his time at the Ninja Academy, even recording his conflicts and quarrels with others at school. It was a thorough report. As he read through the entire file, Hiruzen's brow furrowed even deeper. The pipe in his mouth continued to sputter. The Night of the Nine Tails attack triggered the Sharingan? Was it out of fear or anger? An orphan, driven by the immense losses suffered by Konoha, was it anger that awakened his Sharingan? Hiruzen, as a disciple of the second Hokage, had a clear understanding of the Uchiha clan. He mused to himself about the situation. Finally, his narrowed eyes landed on an inconspicuous piece of information. On a blank page, it stated that there was an ambiguous relationship between Uchiha Yoru and the late elite Jonin Shinko's daughter, Kurane Yui. Hey? Greedy for money? Chapter 26, P2W26, Planting Doubts. Host, Uchiha Yoru, 1 Tomo Sharingan. Chakra level, Chunin, LV3. Chakra nature, Fire, LV3, Lightning, LV4. Swordsmanship, Physical skills LV4, Medical ninjutsu LV4. Gold, 12.35 million. Inside the Konoha camp, Uchiha Yoru wore a worried expression, while Shisui, sitting across from him, looked ashamed, seemingly unable to help. Shisui, we need rare materials for Orochimaru-sensei's research at this critical moment. Our only currency with the outside world is gold. Observing Yoru's troubled face, Shisui nodded solemnly and said, "Don't worry, Yoru-Nai-Aizen. I'll contact the clan. Consider this funding for the current project." He pushed a heavy briefcase forward, filled with gold. However, instead of feeling happy, Uchiha Yoru wore a troubled expression and sighed as if burdened with worries. Shisui couldn't help but show a puzzled expression as he witnessed this scene. "Yoru-Nai-Aizen, if Orochimaru-sama is facing a significant funding gap, I will report it to the clan head and request additional resources." By this point, Yoru had embezzled over 10 million, which, when converted, amounted to at least 50 million, equivalent to 1.5 times the bounty for Asuma Sarutobi. 1. In the original text, the bounty for Kakuzu in the underground was 30 million, and for Asuma Sarutobi it was 35 million. Some say that these prices are for elite Jonin, but everyone forgets about their identities. A regular ninja had a certain value, but if they had additional status and influence, their worth would increase exponentially. Asuma Sarutobi was a member of the Guardian Shinobi 12 in the Land of Fire, equivalent to being the chief bodyguard of a country's president. As the son of the third Hokage, Asuma Sarutobi had an undeniable identity. It was almost like being the president's son. After all, the life of the third Hokage's son was valued at 35 million. How could other elite jonin compare? Moreover, bounties were similar to situations in the previous world where people needed high-profile individuals assassinated. Regardless of the purpose, after completing such a mission, one could live a comfortable life, if not indulging themselves for a lifetime. Therefore, Asuma Sarutobi's bounty of 35 million was definitely a significant sum. Currently, the Uchiha clan had gradually provided Orochimaru with over 100 million in financial support, which was more than enough. However, Yoru had taken half of it as kickbacks. Sigh, Shisui. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru wore a hesitant expression, instantly confusing and worrying Shisui. He spoke in a deep voice, Yoru Aizen, are you facing difficulties? The clan has ordered that if anything happens, the elite Uchiha forces on the front line should prioritize your missions. It had to be said that the Uchiha clan had put in a lot of effort to win over Orochimaru, the future fifth Hokage. In the original work, they had no direction, but under Uchiha Yoru's leadership, they now had a clear goal. Orochimaru needed money? Fine, they would invest in it, all for the sake of gaining trust, the trust of a future Hokage. Seeing Shisui's confused expression, Yoru showed a hesitant and worried look. He spoke in a deep voice, Shisui, Orochimaru-sensei has sacrificed a lot for the village, and now it seems that Danzo is using this situation to threaten him. What? Shisui was shocked to hear this and couldn't hide his astonishment. He then spoke in a low voice, Yoru Aizen, what's going on? It had to be said that in Shisui's eyes, the third Hokage, Danzo, and the other high-ranking officials were all disciples of the second Hokage. Especially Danzo, he was like the Hokage's right-hand man. How could he threaten Orochimaru, who was not only the future fifth Hokage but also a disciple of the third Hokage? If you were to tell them that Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin and a disciple of the third Hokage, intended to defect, they would scoff in disbelief. Yoru shook his head and sighed, indicating that he didn't know the details. I'm not sure about the specifics, but from what I gather, Orochimaru-sensei seems to be facing pressure from Danzo, who doesn't want him to become the Hokage. And what about the third Hokage? Doesn't he know about Danzo? At that moment, Shisui paused, not voicing the rest of his thoughts. However, seeing Yoru's bitter smile, he seemed to understand something. How could the third Hokage not know? After all, he was the Hokage. But why didn't he stop it? It seemed like he didn't want Orochimaru to become the Hokage. All these questions remained buried deep in Shisui's heart, and his mind buzzed with thoughts. In his perspective, Orochimaru was solely viewed as a potential Hokage, filled with trust and respect. But suddenly, he seemed to realize that both Danzo and the retiring third Hokage's radiance had dimmed slightly. This was the influence of a preconceived notion. Under the halo of being Orochimaru, filled with trust and respect, the retiring Hokage's halo naturally faded a bit. Especially when they were compared side by side, it further confused him. Why would the third Hokage turn a blind eye and even seemingly not want Orochimaru to become the Hokage? After all, Orochimaru was a disciple of the Hokage. Don't worry, Yoru Aizen. This time, I will personally report the importance of the situation to the clan head. I will ensure Orochimaru-sama's success. At that moment, Shisui had come to accept the idea of human experimentation. After all, the second Hokage had done it, and even the third Hokage had conducted such experiments during his reign. It was all for the village, and Orochimaru-sama was doing it under orders. Moreover, just look at the successful results. Seeing Shisui's determination, Yoru also showed a resolute expression and nodded earnestly. I'm counting on you, Shisui. Danzo has almost completely cut off Orochimaru-sensei's research funding, but this is our only chance. Regardless of the success of this experiment, as long as Orochimaru-sensei becomes the 5th Hokage, the Uchiha clan will regain the trust of the Hokage and regain its position at the center of power in Konoha. These words were filled with determination and a longing for the future. Yoru didn't criticize the 3rd Hokage or speak ill of Danzo. He simply emphasized that Orochimaru's achievement in becoming the 5th Hokage was unstoppable due to his wood-release experiments. After all, nobody could have imagined that a ninja of Orochimaru's caliber would defect. As one of the legendary Sunin, a disciple of the 3rd Hokage, and a formidable competitor for the 4th Hokage, Orochimaru's reputation alone was enough to make others believe, especially at a time like this. Don't worry, Yoru-Nai-Aizen. The Uchiha clan may lack some things, but they never lack wealth. Damn, what a bold statement. Truly deserving of being the top clan in Konoha. At that moment, Yoru, who had felt somewhat guilty, secretly murmured to himself that he still had to work hard. Look, they said it themselves, the Uchiha clan, the top clan in Konoha, may lack everything else, but they never lack wealth. What's wrong with spending some of their own money? Isn't that normal? Chapter 27, P2W27, Sarutobi's clan scheme. At the border of Konoha, Orochimaru serves as the overall commander responsible for defending the Land of Lightning and the Land of Water. While his whereabouts are often uncertain due to his research, he occasionally appears at the main camp to organize frontline intelligence and military deployments. Uchiha Yoru has become Orochimaru's trusted deputy, assisting in gathering intelligence scrolls with a relaxed smile. He also helps assign tasks and offers his assistance, similar to a Hokage's assistant. The Land of Lightning and the Land of Fire are not directly adjacent, there are 2 small countries in between acting as a buffer zone. These countries essentially serve as a battlefield for the major nations, providing a barrier between them. Furthermore, the defense line is adjacent to the Land of Iron and the coastal areas, which are home to many island nations. Mist ninjas from the Land of Water often join the defense efforts. Therefore, this defense line directly guards against the Land of Lightning and the Land of Water, showcasing Orochimaru's influence. Orochimaru-sensei, there has been increased spy activity from the Land of Lightning and the Land of Water. They are constantly trying to gather information about us, and some small countries have been posing as ninja from the Hidden Cloud Village and the Mist Village, attempting to sow discord and provoke conflicts between the major nations. Looking at the intelligence reports, Uchiha Yoru smiled and shook his head while analyzing the information. Orochimaru chuckled disdainfully, his voice hoarse. They hope that a devastating war between the major nations will occur, giving the small countries a chance to rise. How laughable! They don't realize that the major nations will never allow the continuous development of smaller nations in their vicinity. Orochimaru had witnessed such tactics numerous times. Small countries have limited space to thrive and are restrained by the major nations. Naturally, they harbor discontent. These small nations aim to provoke wars between the major nations, diverting their attention and seizing the opportunity to develop. However, they are unaware that the emergence of the Rain Village, capable of challenging the intentions of the 5 great nations, has put them on guard. The success of the Rain Village is unique and cannot be replicated, and the 5 great nations will not allow another village like it to emerge in the ninja world. Yoru-kun, please handle the troublesome matters on the front line for the next 2 days. A new overall commander will be assigned to the Land of Lightning in 2 weeks. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yoru was momentarily stunned, while Orochimaru wore a nonchalant, hoarse smile. Yoru-kun, politics can be troublesome, just like it is now. Someone is coming to steal the accomplishments. Orochimaru showed no anger at being undermined, but there was a hint of disappointment in his golden eyes, as if he had already sensed something. Some people in the village, including his teacher, the Sarutobi clan, did not want him to become the 5th Hokage. Orochimaru-sensei, we've put so much effort into the Land of Lightning. The situation has just stabilized, and now someone else will take credit for it. It's so unfair. Uchiha Yoru's face expressed frustration and discontent. Since becoming Orochimaru's disciple, he had gained insights into political affairs and was well aware of the secret personnel movements on the front line. As the overall commander of the front line, Orochimaru led the Konoha shinobi in defending against two major nations. The turbulent situation had just calmed down, especially in the Land of Lightning. The achievement that was about to be obtained was now being snatched away. Hehe, Yoru-kun, you are still too young. Orochimaru's hoarse smile showed no bitterness. However, when the scroll with the new commander for the Land of Lightning was handed over, Uchiha Yoru's eyes widened. Sarutobi Shinzo. Shinzo, the eldest son of the third Hokage and the current head Anbu. When Uchiha Yoru saw this name, memories of the previous Hokage's information came to his mind. The third Hokage's eldest son and daughter-in-law are elite jonin of Anbu, known as the third Hokage's right-hand man and left-hand woman. They are the parents of Sarutobi Konohamaru. Although the name wasn't explicitly mentioned, Uchiha Yoru knew the identity of the third Hokage's eldest son. Realizing the potential advantages for the Sarutobi clan, he narrowed his eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, and his eldest son and daughter-in-law, who served as key members of Anbu, were planning to step into the spotlight and reap the rewards. Contemplating this, Uchiha Yoru looked at Orochimaru's casual yet ironic smile. Such differences were only natural. When comparing one's own son and disciple, it was evident who held greater importance. However, for Uchiha Yoru, this information held value. He pondered its worth and profitability, his expression deep in thought. In the Hokage's office in Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen smoked his tobacco pipe. Standing before him was his eldest son, Sarutobi Shinzo, who had removed his Anbu mask. Shinzo, from now on, you will be a jonin of Konoha. The situation at the border with the Land of Lightning has stabilized. If you go there, remember to proceed with caution and maintain the current state of affairs. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen acted not only as the third Hokage but also as a devoted father teaching his child. Perplexed, Sarutobi Shinzo furrowed his brow and asked, "Father, why don't you let me go to the front lines in the Land of Water? The situation in the Land of Lightning has already stabilized, but there won't be many achievements to be gained there." Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head slowly, took a deep breath from his pipe, and exhaled a puff of smoke before speaking solemnly. Orochimaru has become closely associated with the root. The methods of the root have strayed from the will of fire. I sincerely hope Orochimaru can find his way back. Shinzo listened attentively but remained confused. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and continued, "Your deployment to the front lines of the Land of Lightning is not only desired by the higher UPS but also by me, the third Hokage. Now that Orochimaru has embraced the path of darkness, the higher UPS do not want him to go astray. It's not just the Sarutobi clan's wish. Follow the plan, be patient, and in due time, you will become the squad leader of the Jonin." Amidst a cloud of smoke, the gaze of the third Hokage remained concealed. Complexity filled his eyes. Orochimaru's ideology was dangerously divergent, especially as he had already shown thoughts contrary to the will of fire. Now, Sarutobi Hiruzen could only take the opportunity to guide his cherished disciple back onto the right path. He understood the thoughts of the higher UPS. They did not want Orochimaru, who had gained influence, to ascend to the position of Hokage. Some had even secretly reached out to Jiraiya, although Jiraiya deliberately avoided getting involved. Likewise, the Sarutobi clan did not want their clan leader to relinquish the throne of power. They desired to undermine Orochimaru's authority. This period presented an opportunity for the Sarutobi clan to gain more influence and interests. Becoming the squad leader of the Jonin was a significant step. Once Sarutobi Shinzo assumed that position, the Sarutobi clan's power would reach its pinnacle. The Hokage would be a Sarutobi, the visible squad leader of the Jonin would also be a Sarutobi, and the head Anbu would hail from the Sarutobi clan. The only missing piece was another Sarutobi for the future Hokage. Chapter 28, P2W28, Yoru's Hihi Moments. Konoha's front line. The news of Sarutobi Shinzo's arrival to replace the defense of the Land of Lightning has caused dissatisfaction among many people. They were the ones who achieved success by following Orochimaru-sama's orders, and now someone else is coming to take credit for their work. It's not just about stealing Orochimaru-sama's credit, but also diminishing their own achievements. How could they be satisfied with that? Hisashi-sama. Uchiha Yoru respectfully entered a wooden house on the front lines to meet with Hyuga Hisashi, the head of the Hyuga clan's branch family. Under his composed and respectful demeanor, Yoru showed his deference. He bowed and said, "Yoru-kun, you're too polite." Yoru, a Choyunin, had to address Hisashi, an elite Jounin, as Sama to denote the difference in status, especially within prominent clans. As Orochimaru's disciple, Yoru had to show respect to Hisashi as his representative. It was a matter of honor that came with his status, so the two exchanged polite words. "Hisashi-sama, Orochimaru-sensei asked me to inquire about the allocation list for the Land of Lightning as the front line is about to be rearranged. Originally, there was only one front line, but now there would be two commanding officers, one for the defense of the Land of Lightning and the other for the Land of Water. This meant that the combat personnel on the front line, especially those from major clans, would need to be mobilized." Uchiha Yoru's visit as Orochimaru's representative was highly significant. In everyone's eyes, even if the village delayed Orochimaru's ascension for political reasons, it was only to gain benefits during this period. But no one expected a high-ranking shinobi like Yoru to defect. In response to Yoru's question, Hyuga Hisashi nodded respectfully and said, "You can call me Hisashi, Yoru-kun, there's no need to be so formal." The Hyuga clan placed great importance on etiquette, but Yoru, who understood this, didn't take the casual words lightly. He nodded with a smile and said, "Captain Hisashi, I'm counting on you." Addressing Hisashi as captain showed respect from a Choyunin to a Jounin and helped build a closer relationship. It seemed that Hisashi's use of Sama was too distant, while the title of captain could bridge the gap. Hearing this, Hisashi displayed a strained but amiable smile. Though strength was crucial in the ninja world, social skills played a significant role until one reached the level of an esteemed figure who looked down upon everything. The Hyuga clan has already made the necessary arrangements. Yoru, this is the list from the Hyuga clan. Take a look. With news of a commander being airdropped to take credit, the major clans had long prepared for it. Uchiha Yoru's smile grew wider as he opened the scroll. As expected, everyone in Konoha believed that Orochimaru would become the fifth Hokage sooner or later. The Hyuga clan had placed their bet on Orochimaru-sensei this time. Most of the personnel allocated to the Land of Lightning were members of the Hyuga branch family. While the Land of Water primarily consisted of Hyuga branch members, the inclusion of the leader of the Hyuga branch in the list spoke volumes. Moreover, several members of the main family would be coming from the rear. The Hyuga clan's sincerity was evident. Uchiha Yoru smiled and nodded, saying, "Thank you, Captain Hisashi. Yoru-kun, you're too polite." The courtesy was well orchestrated, and the advance inquiry to the major clans was for the sake of this list. It served to assess the loyalty of those seeking shelter and also presented an opportunity for the prestigious clans to discuss any concerns beforehand. Privileges never disappear, from ancient times to the present. In that moment, Uchiha Yoru squinted his eyes, understanding why the Hyuga clan had been deceived. It seemed that they had chosen the wrong side politically, but did Uchiha really care? The Uchiha clan had never held a significant political position in Konoha since its founding. "Captain Hisashi, there's something I'm unsure whether to say or not." After hesitating for a moment, Uchiha Yoru displayed a hesitant expression. Although Hisashi was a member of the branch family, he was still considered half a clan leader. With an imperceptible furrow of his brows, Hisashi silently guessed that it must be a test from Orochimaru-sama rather than Uchiha's intention. Uchiha Yoru smiled lightly and nodded, Captain Hisashi, you probably know about the ANBU situation in the village. ANBU? That single phrase instantly put Hisashi on guard, and he guessed that it was Orochimaru-sama's test, not Uchiha's. Uchiha Yoru continued with a relaxed smile, Captain Hisashi, you must be aware of the challenges Orochimaru-sensei will face after becoming the 5th Hokage, just like the situation after the 4th Hokage took office. Since the establishment of the ninja villages, there had never been a case where the previous Kage did not die before the next one assumed office. However, the 3rd and 4th Hokage of Konoha had been the first exceptions, which led to an obvious power conflict. The 3rd Hokage was still a Hokage, even though he had to step down, but what was his position exactly? Although he was considered a high-ranking elder, there was still a distinction. Therefore, when discussing the matter, Konoha decided to preserve the 3rd Hokage's ANBU authority. In the anime, during the Nine Tails attack, someone exclaimed that it was the 3rd Hokage's ANBU, which means that the 4th Hokage also had his own ANBU. As a result, the 3rd Hokage's ANBU became an independent division, similar to Root, while the newly appointed 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had to reorganize his own ANBU. Until then, he would rely on the existing ANBU. The moment Hisashi realized this issue, a slight disturbance appeared on his face. If Orochimaru succeeded as the 5th Hokage, his first problem would be forming his own ANBU. Yoru-kun, what are you trying to say? Although Hisashi had already guessed something, he remained composed. The temptation was significant, but obviously, it wouldn't be casually presented to him. Seeing Hisashi's interest, Uchiha Yoru smiled and nodded. That's right, Orochimaru-sensei's 5th Hokage ANBU will need manpower. Extending an olive branch, rallying support in advance, and offering tangible benefits, the ANBU were akin to the ancient emperor's imperial guards. They were the confidants of the Hokage. What do you need? Hisashi remained cautious. Although the temptation was strong, he knew it wouldn't be presented so easily. Seeing Hisashi's eager expression, Uchiha Yoru smiled. He nodded and said, funds, preferably in gold. In the future, both the Hyuga and Uchiha clans will have 2 members each. The ANBU were usually selected from common shinobi to avoid involvement with clan interests. But the 2 spots shouldn't be underestimated. After all, the members selected from major clans were undoubtedly elite jounin. Becoming a team leader in the ANBU was almost guaranteed for those with such strength. It was real power. Hearing this, Hisashi couldn't help but breathe faster, while Uchiha Yoru maintained his smile. He would gather funds, even if it meant using his teacher's influence. As a disciple, he should be there to solve problems for his teacher. Would Orochimaru-sama be upset if he found out? After all, no one believed that having more money could be a burden. If it were someone else, Uchiha Yoru might have hesitated, but it was Orochimaru-sama, a person completely dedicated to his research, who was also willing to delegate authority. Moreover, Uchiha Yoru knew he had to seize as many opportunities as possible while he could. If his teacher were to defect later, there might not be another chance. Chapter 29, P2W29, A Gift. Hehe, Yoru-kun, you have solved an important issue for me, teacher. Inside the wooden cabin, Orochimaru gazed at the respectful Uchiha Yoru standing before him. He never expected his disciple's help to be so significant, giving him the feeling of having a capable assistant. However, this assistance did not involve research, since Uchiha Yoru, despite possessing advanced medical ninjutsu skills, still had a long way to go. The assistance Orochimaru felt was in terms of funding. Ever since taking on this disciple, he rarely had to worry about experimental funds. Moreover, Yoru had begun utilizing the Uchiha name to gather people for him. Orochimaru-sensei, they volunteered themselves. Yoru's eyes were filled with determination, as if he firmly believed and expected Orochimaru to become the 5th Hokage, a sentiment shared by others, including the major clans. Orochimaru couldn't help but know that his disciple had been meeting with representatives from the major clans in the camp. In his eyes, it was simply the Uchiha way of helping him ascend to the position of Hokage faster. Or perhaps, it was Uchiha's way of expressing his sincerity and striving for significant achievements. Look at how many connections I have helped you establish. Suddenly, Orochimaru let out a raspy laughter. Hehe, it's much easier with you, Yoru-kun, and with the Uchiha clan's support. It was the first time Orochimaru mentioned the Uchiha clan, and Yoru's expression became excited, nodding solemnly. Rest assured, Orochimaru-sensei, the Uchiha clan will always stand firmly behind you. The Inuzuka and Aburame clans are offering 50 million in financial aid, while the Hyuga clan is willing to provide 200 million, but they hope you will consider their candidates for the ANBU after you become Hokage. Although Yoru had already made promises on his behalf, it now seemed as if it was the Hyuga clan's idea. It was truly a case of having the best of both worlds. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru narrowed his golden, slitted eyes, revealing an evil smile. After a moment, he let out a raspy laugh. Hehe, the ANBU, hey? Why not? Orochimaru only had an indifferent smile in his heart. Konoha was built by the major clans, and the ANBU, under the Hokage's authority, was an exception. They were the Hokage's power, consisting mostly of elite members from the common population. The major clans were originally part of the Hokage system, and the Uchiha clan was the only exception. Therefore, the major clan's current display of goodwill was merely a show of support for the future Hokage. The investment was for the future. After Orochimaru's failure in the competition for the fourth Hokage position, he was not as obsessed with becoming Hokage anymore. However, it seemed that everyone was pushing him to take the position. After all, the third Hokage was already elderly and retired due to the heavy losses in the Third Great Ninja War. Countless people were now investing in the future Hokage. Little did Orochimaru expect that he would eventually become a rogue ninja. It should be noted that human experiments had existed since the time of the second Hokage. There were precedents for techniques like Edo Tensei. Moreover, Orochimaru had established many secret research bases within Konoha's borders. Although he had some hidden bases of his own, they could only be considered as using his authority to carry out personal matters. Just look at how the Sarutobi clan, the self-proclaimed 3000 shinobi clan, came to be. Orochimaru's human experiments were mentioned in the original source material. He joined Root with Danzo's approval and support. How could the Hokage not know about it? It can only be said that Danzo learned from Orochimaru and secretly abused his authority to let Orochimaru conduct research on wood release and other techniques. There were precedents for this. Sensei. Orochimaru smiled casually. He was no longer interested in politics. He waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, both the Hyuga and Uchiha will get what they want." Indeed, Orochimaru was one of the candidates for the position of Hokage. After all, one couldn't become a contender for Hokage without understanding politics. Yoru, seeing Orochimaru's response, nodded excitedly. Rest assured, Orochimaru-sensei, the Uchiha clan will do everything in their power. Loyalty. After all, Yoru couldn't represent the Uchiha clan, but some people saw him as a representative of the current Uchiha clan. Hehe, Yoru-kun, I can see that you have talent not only in medical ninjutsu but also in swordsmanship. I was actually planning to give you this chakra-enhanced weapon when you became a Jonin, but I guess I don't need to anymore. Under Orochimaru's evil and sinister smile, he tilted his head back and a horrifying scene unfolded. From his throat, a snake emerged slowly, as if something was about to be expelled. Then, the snake opened its mouth and started spitting something out. Seeing the chakra-enhanced weapon that was spat out, Yoru couldn't help but show astonishment. It was the legendary sacred weapon. Hehe, the Kusanagi sword, rumored to be forged with the hardest material in this world, comparable to chakra-infused metal. Do you like it, Yoru-kun? After retracting his long tongue, Orochimaru, under his sinister smile, swung the black, slender straight sword, removing any residue from its blade. Yoru, looking at the sacred weapon handed to him, was filled with excitement. For a ninja, it was truly a treasure. "Thank you, Orochimaru-sensei." Gratefully accepting the Kusanagi sword, which was originally wielded by Uchiha Madara in the original material, Yoru felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Orochimaru. After all, he was Snake Uncle, who knew how to make investments. Orochimaru also smiled hoarsely, a smile filled with a hint of amusement. It wasn't because he was generous, but because the other party was worthy of his investment. From a personal standpoint, the other party was his disciple, and now that he had awakened the Sharingan, becoming a Jonin in the future was not a problem. Not to mention, Orochimaru had also trained him. Giving him a weapon he didn't need was completely justified. From a vested interest perspective, this disciple had brought him considerable benefits, and it would further solidify Uchiha's trust and inclination towards him. This would result in more research funds in the future. Killing two birds with one stone, it was a win-win situation. Satisfied, Yoru inserted the Kusanagi sword into his back waist, revealing an excited smile. Orochimaru said, "The border has been stable recently. Remember to follow the training plan diligently." "Yes, Orochimaru-sensei." Orochimaru was undoubtedly the most responsible teacher. He had designed a training plan from a scientific perspective, aiming for the most efficient training effect without overloading the body, rather than acting recklessly. Chapter 30, P2W30, Sarutobi's Mental Gymnastic. Since Sarutobi Shinzo took over as the overall defense commander of the Land of Lightning, a period of calm was abruptly disrupted by a new wave. It has been 5 months since the Nine Tails incident in October of last year. The Land of Fire is situated on the border of the Land of Water. "Yorinai Aizen," Uchiha Shisui said with a serious expression in front of a small waterfall. Observing this, Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but admire the Land of Fire's prosperity. The region was rich in resources, with towering ancient trees and abundant waterfalls scattered throughout. He pondered whether there was an unexplainable connection between the Uchiha clan and waterfalls. Uchiha Madara was stabbed in the chest in the Valley of the End, Uchiha Sasuke was defeated twice in front of the waterfalls in the Valley of the End, and Uchiha Itachi had even contemplated suicide by a waterfall as a child. It seemed that only one person had actually committed suicide at the waterfall. Lost in these strange connections, Uchiha Yoru looked at Shisui with a peculiar expression, as if saying, "Only I, Uchiha Yoru, possess the ability to prevent your death by the waterfall." At that moment, Shisui had no idea what Yoru was thinking, and even if he did, he wouldn't have the mental capacity to contemplate such matters. "Yorinai Aizen, there is news from the village that they are preparing to send Orochimaru-sama back, and the Uchiha and Hyuga clans will be responsible for defending the Land of Water." Shisui solemnly revealed a secret preparation that the village had made, and upon hearing it, Yoru was genuinely surprised. This revelation was not covered in detail by Kishimoto-sensei in the Kakashi Anbu arc and the Uchiha clan massacre arc. "Yorinai Aizen." Looking at the bewildered Uchiha Yoru, Shisui furrowed his brows and called out to him. Yoru was startled and showed a puzzled expression. "Shisui, why would they want to send Orochimaru-sama back when the village is doing well?" He was genuinely confused. While he analyzed the situation, Uchiha Shisui shook his head with a grimace and sighed, "Yorinai Aizen, some people in the village claim that he has deviated from the will of fire and fallen into darkness." Uchiha Yoru was dumbfounded by Shisui's words. He looked at Shisui, who always spoke highly of Orochimaru, and wondered, isn't Orochimaru-sama the most loyal follower of the will of fire? Shisui let out a complicated sigh. Despite being only 14 years old, he seemed wise beyond his years. "Yorinai Aizen, some people in the village do not want Orochimaru-sama to receive too much credit. That is why they want to send him back. They are using the Uchiha and Hyuga clans as replacements in the Land of Water." It's a treacherous act. Shisui's anger was evident as he spoke those words. He gritted his teeth and continued, some individuals are secretly trying to incite conflicts between the Uchiha and Hyuga clans and Orochimaru-sama, spreading malicious rumors. They suggest that the Nine Tails incident might have been orchestrated by the Uchiha and Orochimaru-sama, all for the sake of the Hokage position. Uchiha Yoru's eyes widened upon hearing Shisui's analysis. The Shisui in front of him, who always praised Orochimaru-sama, was he the same person? No, Shisui, calm down. You can't make baseless accusations like that. The Sarutobi clan would never allow the Uchiha clan to be treated that way. The third Hokage would definitely not stand idly by. Yoru's mind struggled to keep up. He looked at Shisui with a confused expression, trying to sort out his thoughts. Shisui's analysis revolved around the will of fire, which deeply troubled him. With a grim expression, he said, Yorinai Aizen, I saw it with my own eyes when I went back to the village to transport supplies. The village rumors are spreading, despite the third Hokage's attempts to quell them. But, the third Hokage intends to send Orochimaru-sama back to the village. The Land of Lightning had just achieved stability, on the verge of claiming their success, but Sarutobi Shinzo arrived to take credit. Now, the Land of Water was also about to stabilize, and Orochimaru's hard-earned accomplishments were slipping away due to underhanded manipulation. Using the Uchiha and Hyuga clans as pawns in this game was a clear attempt to provoke a rift between the two clans and Orochimaru. To Shisui, this act was heartbreaking, especially considering the efforts made by the Uchiha clan. All their hard work could be undone with a simple transfer order. If the third Hokage represented the goodwill of the Hokage lineage in the original story, now he seemed to be inciting conflicts within the Uchiha clan. Naturally, Shisui's dissatisfaction grew. At that moment, Uchiha Yoru finally understood the meaning behind Shisui's words. There were individuals in the village who did not want Orochimaru to return with such remarkable achievements. If he were to return after successfully stabilizing the border, someone could easily call for a new Hokage, leading to an election. Now that he understood everything, Yoru looked at the frustrated Shisui and forced a bitter smile, shaking his head. Shisui, let's not jump to conclusions. The third Hokage upholds the will of fire. He would never do such a thing. In other words, he was starting to doubt the third Hokage, while he, on the other hand, had to counter that doubt. He needed to find a way to firmly reinstate trust in the village and the third Hokage in Shisui's eyes. He wanted Shisui to uncover certain things and persuade him, rather than the other way around. As Yoru looked at the indignant Shisui, he realized the frustration that must be building up inside him. He slowly said, Shisui, let's not let our thoughts run wild. The third Hokage upholds the will of fire. He would never do such a thing. In essence, he was sowing seeds of doubt regarding the third Hokage, while aiming to take a different approach. Under what circumstances would Shisui firmly believe in the third Hokage's disappointment? He had to put in considerable effort. He had to establish unwavering trust in the village and the third Hokage in Shisui's eyes, gradually leading him to realize certain things. This would prompt Shisui to persuade him instead of the other way around. At that moment, Shisui looked at Uchiha Yoru with resolute conviction. He felt the urge to speak but hesitated. Eventually, he chose to suppress his dissatisfaction and doubts about the village and the Sarutobi clan, bottling them up inside. Releasing the burden lightened the load, but the frustration remained suppressed, waiting to ferment and eventually explode.
Thanks for listening.